opportunity to welcome the distinguished educationists, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome by quoting a line from William Shakespeare. A small cheer and great welcome becomes a merry feast. Your presence not only adds prestige to this event, but also signifies our commitment to fostering collaboration and sharing of knowledge among educational institutions. In the world of academia, each college plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of countless students. We believe that by coming together, we can amplify our impact and enhance the quality of education we provide to our students. Today's event is a testament to the belief that collaboration is the key to progress. It's an opportunity for us to exchange ideas, forge partnerships, and collectively work towards the betterment of our educational systems. We look forward to the insightful discussions and fruitful interactions that this occasion promises. May our collective wisdom and experiences inspire positive change and innovation in the educational landscape. Once again, a warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists present here today. Let's embark on this journey of collaboration with enthusiasm and a shared vision for a brighter future in education. I would like to request our head of the institution, Professor Harish Kumar sir, to welcome Dr. C.B. Mishra, Principal, Prudence School, Ashok Vihar, with the Tulsi sapling. I would like to request Dr. Neha Gupta to welcome Dr. Devashri Mukherjee, Professor, Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, with the Tulsi sapling. Thank you. I would like to request Dr. Chandni Sharma to welcome Captain Richa Sharma Katyal, retired Principal, Salvan Public School, Mayur Vihar. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We also welcome our esteemed panelists, Dr. D.P. Sharma sir, Professor, Department of Education in Science and Mathematics, National Council of Educational Research and Training, NCERT, and Ms. Hema Sharma, Principal, Delhi Public School, Greater Noida, who have joined us virtually. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Before we begin the panel discussion, I would like to invite Professor Harish Kumar, Dean Faculty of Education, for the welcome address and brief introduction on the theme, Developing Entrepreneur Mindsets, New Possibilities for Lifelong Learning. Dr. Harish has been heading the Amity Institute of Behavioral and Life Sciences, Faculty of Education, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh.
On behalf of Amity University, Amity Universe, and RBF, and on behalf of Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, and worthy Vice Chancellor Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am, I extend very warm welcome to Professor Devashri Mukherjee, and Dr. C.B. Sharma ji, Director Principal of Prudence Group of Schools, and Dr. T.P. Sharma ji, Professor of Mathematics in NCERT, Captain Richa Sharma Katyal, Principal, Salwan Public School, Mayur Vihar, Miss Hema Sharma, World Public School, Greater Noida, professors sitting, professor over here, teachers, staff, and my dear students, on the event of ICEIL 2023 we have all assembled here, and this is our fifth conference. It is being celebrated every year at very grand level. So, and it brings fruitful results also, which are very much helpful to improve our future skills. As entrepreneurs play a very important role in the process of nation building, especially in the developing countries like Bharat. Entrepreneurs start many employment, livelihood, wages, and vocational opportunities. These people earn money in the form of salaries, stipends, and the like. Also, entrepreneurs borrow money from banks, shareholders, investors, etc., who earn, invest dividends, profits, etc. All this money is indirectly used in the economic development of the nation, and economic development is very much important component for the growth of a nation. Earlier, people used to run behind clerical posts, administrative posts, and other any post which is being offered them in the government. But these all posts, why were there? Because we were following the system of Macaulay education. Now we are completely independent, and recently, 2 years before, we have introduced National Policy on Education 2020. It focuses on self-reliant, self-sufficient. So you are the young generation, and if you focus to have your own ventures, own business, then definitely you will be able to give the employment to the others, and you will not run behind the job. Many opportunities, in particular in the teacher educations, are available, and you can run your own business. You can be the content developer, you can be the content writer, and you can have your own ventures, you can have your own schools, or you can have your own play schools like that. So through this conference, we want to inform you, we want to skill you so that you can have your own ventures, and tomorrow when you pass out from the institutions, you can start your own startups. So in this context, Amity University has taken very good initiatives in developing entrepreneurship mindset, which also leads to new possibilities, lifelong learning, as well as learning how to turn future into learning opportunities. I would like to conclude that not everyone is born with the natural drive to be an entrepreneur, but anyone can become an entrepreneur with the right mindset. So here we have to change our mindset from service or from nokri to the your own business. And definitely, if you have that mindset, if you have changed your mindset, then you will see the different picture of India, and different picture of your family, and different picture of your own. So again, I welcome all the dignitaries of the dais on the dais, and again I welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to introduce our esteemed panelist, our session chair for today's panel discussion, Dr. C.B. Mishra, sir. Dr. C.B. Mishra is the Director Principal of Prudence Group of Schools, Ashok Vihar, Delhi. He is also a CBSE mentor, academic committee member of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth University and CBSE. Apart from this, he is also an executive member of Action Committee of Unaided Private Schools. Dr. Mishra is the founder General Secretary of Indraprasth Schools, Savodhyay, ex-NCC officer and ADC in the Bharat Scout and Guide. He is the manager, educational advisor, and school management committee member of all the Presidium, Mother's Pride, and other private schools. Dr. C.B. Mishra has presented a number of papers across the globe which majorly focused on technology and innovation, women in corporate world, successful school leadership and values, etc. Welcome, sir. I invite you to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
थैंक यू मैम। सबसे पहले सभी को नमस्कार। आज हिंदी दिवस है। शुरुआत हम हिंदी दिवस से, हिंदी भाषा से शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा मैं। सभी बड़ों को प्रणाम और सभी छोटों को प्यार। आज का जो टॉपिक है, हरीश सर ने बहुत डिटेल आपको एक एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश की। Being a children, being a student of the organization, or for starting any type of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship basically doesn't mean for getting the jobs. First of all, when we focus on the job, then you will not going to get the job. And job is not a service basically. Job means to search where you can learn how to earn your livelihood. Job may be in the form of industry. It may be form of any service. It may be in the form of any social networking, any type of. Even your YouTube channel is also one of the entrepreneurship. Nowadays, what you can, you can start your entrepreneurship as a YouTube channel. So, for starting this entrepreneurship as new education policy is focusing, that you are supposed to ask yourself, what is the meaning of ask? ASK. Anyone? What is ASK? Ask. Ask means what attitude you have right now. Whether you have the attitude of as a teaching profession, whether you have the attitude of doing the task. If you are going to start a hotel industry, so you have the attitude of running the hotel industry for a longer period of time or not. Your attitude is one of the focus area. Then whether you have the skill or not. So second part is skilling. So whether you have the skill of that attitude with the skill, then you can getting the knowledge of that business. Then you can learn through your experiences and you can run your organization or business or entrepreneur in a very good manner. When you find out after 1975, you find out all the when you got the Green Revolution, जब हमें हरित क्रांति मिल गई, उसके बाद क्या था? सभी को खाना मिल चुका था, कपड़े और रोटी की तलाश थी. उसके बाद you find out after 85, 89, 85 to 89, you are technologically sound basically, and you are getting the shelter also, clothes also. Since 95, you find out maximum organization or maximum people are satisfied with the livelihood. After 95 to 2005, the startup starts, especially after 2005, because this skilling of that child is developing for searching something. And the purpose of education for getting any knowledge or any degree, education is what? Education in the B.Ed knowledge, basically when you define education in the B.Ed, what do you think? What is education? Education is a pure continuous process of learning, not teaching. So as a teacher since 91, I'm not teaching anywhere. I'm just learning. Every day I'm learning. Learning is what? Learning means remove the L. What is left? Earning. So what you are earning from you, I am getting to learn from your side. What new thoughts you have in your mind, so that we can inculcate and we can develop for the future. So you have the young mind, being a young mind, how the entrepreneurs can be developed. So the process of learning and this entrepreneurship skills can be developed in this modern era. One thing I want to add here, one thing, being a student of, I think you are all are the B.Ed students, and I am from the student industry basically. Since 91, I had started so many schools and colleges also. So what I find out everywhere, we require the 21st century skills at every stage by every person. Every stage at every person. And that is what learning literacy and life skills. So learning skills are what? You are learned not by degree, how creative you are, how innovative you are. 4C basically we can say. So creativity, critical thinking, communication and collaboration. If you have this core quality of 4C, you can having the capability of learning. If you do not have any C of this, you will leave or you can not learn the things in very well. If you do not have a communication skill, if you do not have any critical thinking skills, then you cannot learn the things in a very well manner. Next part is what? Literacy skills. Most important. You are getting the information from so many sources. That is information, media, and technology. So you are getting the information from several areas, from the internet, from the Google, from any person, from teacher, from textbooks, everywhere. So how you are going to use that information? How media, being source, you are using for floating yourself. आपका अभी मीडिया चल रहा है. मीडिया मीन्स ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ द नॉलेज और ट्रांसफर शेयरिंग द थिंग्स इन ए वेरी गुड मैनर. आपने सबसे पहले शेयर जिसने किया, दैट इज द फर्स्ट पर्सन. सो मीडिया, हाउ यू आर यूजिंग द मीडिया एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. Everybody have the smartphones with you. Whether you are using that smartphone smartly or not, whether you are using that smartphone, I think as per the data, you are using your smartphone hardly 45%. Hardly 45% smartly you are not using that. So how you are using the smartphone? Whether you are using for your health, whether you are using the transformation of knowledge, whether you are using it for the getting the knowledge, that is what IMT means, literacy. Last is the life skills. One of the important core area of mind. That is how flexible you are, at what condition you can change yourself, what leadership quality you having, and you are creating. Leaders are doesn't mean taking the post. Leaders means you are joining the people, learning from the other, joining to the other peoples also. That's a leadership quality. How initiative you are taking, how productivity you can create, how socially connect you are in the world. That are called what flips basically. And these three things, learning, literacy, and life skills, create the entrepreneurship skills. Now, last point where I want to stop things in a way, give the message to you that how entrepreneurship can be run. You are going to become a teacher of any organization or any school, or MIT school, you can say, or MIT university. So these things, this is the 5 whole mantras of any organization. For the entrepreneur also, for the business. First thing is what? Finance. Keep it separately. How finance you have, how you are managing the finance, you are not supposed to see that area. Finance is a different area that should be kept very separate. Second part is the administration area. If there is any leakage in the administrative area, your school or the college will not run in very good manner. Let us assume your security, safety, maintenance, attendance, record, all this, if there is any gap in this area, your school having the leakage of that things, it will consume more finance or maintaining all these things. Next part is the core area. That is what? Key area. That is what? Your academics. The focus should be what you want to become in your future, why you are here, what you want to learn from here, and how you are going to learning area to the working area. How you are transferring the learning to working. That is one of the important part. That is your academics or the core business, whatever you have. Next part, your ring finger. Ring finger को संभाल के रखते हो ना अच्छी तरह. अंगूठी पहनते हो, हमेशा इसी पे ध्यान देते हो. तो ये जो रिंग फिंगर पे हमेशा ध्यान जाता है, वो कहाँ जाता है आपका? इंफ्रा होता है. So how infra you are using? So infrastructure is one of the good area. If you are at the good infrastructure, how you are utilizing that infra area? So infra is one of them. Last part is your brand. When you say, I am the student of MIT, you have to be proud of it. So proud where you are learning, where you are going to earn the things. So that is what smallest part, but it is one of the core area. That is what brand. So in future, when we say the entrepreneurship, this growth, if you have this 5 area, keep separate your finance, maintain the 3 things main. What is that? Administration, academics, and the infra. Automatically your brand will stand and your financial leakage will be also maintained, and at lower cost of you can say expenses, you can run a very good business also. And being a teaching profession, teaching is not a, you can say, I can say teaching is not a business, but it is not also less than business. How you are improving yourself, how you are innovating the new things in the research papers, writing the research paper. I have written more than 28 research papers, 3 patents I have registered as a school principal. So imagine my interest is what? Every day I am researching how I can develop the curriculum so that the teacher or the students can cope up the things. Because the child in 2002, child in 2012, and child in 2022, there is a lot of difference. How I am going to teach 2 plus 2 in 2002, 2012, and 2022? So if I am making the same thing in the same formula, I will not succeed. So I am supposed to update myself first of all with the innovation, with the creativity, with the ability of the students, and updating ourselves means learning from the students. I can do the needful activities and I can run the entrepreneurship skills in a well manner. I hope I taken the time. Thank you, and I hope this all the people who are getting the job don't think that you are working. I am also a leader, entrepreneur, as a principal of the school. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're always inspiring our budding teachers, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce our second panelist, Professor Dr. Devashri Mukherjee. Dr. Devashri Mukherjee is an alumnus of Vishwabharati, Shanti Niketan, and Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. He is a professor in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies in Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He was also a member of the Tripura University Court. He has established the state's first business incubator, fully funded by the Ministry of MSME Government of India. He is the state coordinator of the AICTE-sponsored student induction program for Tripura. Having specialized in the information systems domain, his research interest lies in developing blended learning models to realize the objective of Education 4.0 and ICT intervention in tertiary education, ensuring learning continuity. Besides teaching and academic administration, he has worked extensively in curricular design and innovative andragogy development over the last 2 decades. He has also deliberated in different radio and television shows in Tripura, Bangladesh, and even USA. He is currently advising the Directorate of Skill Development, Government of Tripura, to develop skill-based training modules to promote tourism in the state. Welcome, sir. Welcome for your session.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I mean, indeed, it's a very special day, not only because it's Hindi Divas, but also I don't get to meet so many prospective teachers in front of me and sharing the stage with 2 principals after having left school 30 years back is indeed a very special day for me. During my school days, the only time I could come close to a principal was standing in front and seeking permission to leave the school early. So having said that, I first of all congratulate the department for organizing a conference in such a pressing theme. And as Professor Tyagi has very rightly pointed out, the efficacy of having an entrepreneurial mind, and which was carried forward by Dr. Mishra, the skills and all. So I'll tell you that I am a trained management professional and I invaded into the field of education by choice. Now, while doing so, the main question that brought me into the field was the mechanism of learning. I come from the theoretical research domain. So all my research so far, the little 150 papers that I could read in my small life, talked about the theoretical aspects. Now here I could see the title is very interestingly given as lifelong learning. Now I'll tell you one thing, the world has moved forward from lifelong learning to learning continuity. Now what is the difference? The difference lies in the fact that how do you perceive learning? Let's say, take an example. Tomorrow when you are employed teaching a class A student walks up to you and asks you, ma'am, how do I learn? What would be your answer? If you Google, you will find there are many such pages which talks about learning. Somebody will talk about Bloom's taxonomy, which I think you must be reading. But I insist that you try to read B.F. Skinner. I don't know whether you are aware of him or not. B.F. Skinner wrote one seminal work which is prevalent even today, which talks about reinforcement learning, which even the chat GPT could not replace. It talks about punishment, reward, operant conditions. Why must you learn? What is there for you to learn? And developing an entrepreneurial mind starts from this very omega point. Now, I can say this because I had the opportunity to establish a business incubator, which we got 1 CR funding from the ministry. Now, how it happened, I had no intention that we would be setting up one such incubator where people would come and we'll be promoting ideas. It's just that one boy walks into our office, he has an idea. And most of the cases, the ministry has said that these ideas die down because of lack of patronage. Most of the institutes do have teachers, but they do not encourage in literal support entrepreneurship, how it is to be done. We have a LBI. I hope you know the difference between the TBI and LBI. It is Technology Business Incubator. One is Livelihood Business Incubator, which is for promoting livelihood businesses. Now, you may very well question, we are teachers, we will be teaching physics, chemistry, biology, and how do we come into the picture? It's just that you need to encourage that individual to go ahead and set up their business. No one thing, incubation is slightly different from startups. Because the moment we talk about incubation, everybody, the next thing they talks about is having a startup. You can go ahead without startup also. You can incubate an idea. But when it comes for commercialization of your idea, then we need to have some kind of an entrepreneurial mind which is set create a startup or a business model. Now the major question comes here, how do we establish one incubator? How do I encourage a student in my class? How many of you heard of a concept called design thinking? Raise your hands. Okay, fine, not a problem. As you are into the course, try to read little bit of concepts of design thinking, which says that you need to think, conceptualize, and followed by materialization of your ideas. The learning matrix, if you look at the learner matrix, there are 4 stages of learning primarily. One being the induced form of learning. Just try to correlate once you are teaching in your practice teaching classes also. There would be certain group of students who would be having less amount of engagement with the content. There will be some bit of students who wait till the announcement of the date of examination and they pick up the book, start cramming it from the first page to the last one, and they try to puke it out in the examination. Now the third one categories are we talking about the rote learners who only believe reproducing the content again and again, creating a fractal dimension. But our interest should be aimed at the 4th category, who are the mature learners, who has the ability to articulate. And there comes the concept of design thinking into your classroom, when you try to incubate ideas through them, encourage them, motivate them. For that reason, you can go to the MSME portals if you want to know more about it. And then you can tell them this is the way you can incubate ideas. It always does not require huge amount of money to become an entrepreneur. You just only need an idea. I'll give you a couple of examples. We all drink tea, right? Mostly we are, as Indians, we are tea drinkers, though it is not our national product. How many have you heard of a brand called Blue Tea? Only. Now, you believe me or not, the founders of Blue Tea was a colleague of mine in Greater Noida itself, Sunil. Recently, they have been given a grant of 1 CR by the Shark Tank. Shark Tank, कौन-कौन देखता है आप में से? Oh, great. So you must have noticed Blue Tea. If you are traveling by Indigo these days, Blue Tea is served on board. Now, it just occurred to them that Blue Tea is not a special variety of tea leaf. It just comes from a flower. In Bengali, we call it Aparajita, which is used for Durga Puja. And I think the Pigeon tree, something their name is their English. They dry it and that is there. And it had become a national piece. It started from 50,000 deficit. He has to pledge his wife's jewelries to start the company. And now it's valuated over 50 CR. How it happened? It's just that he believed in his idea. The guy which I was talking about who walked into my office, he said, I want to create a sustainable house, which is with rammed earth. You have soil, pound it, make a brick-like structure, which is sustainable. Though he got, some bit of external funding, he could set up that plan. It's just the belief. And if somebody walks up to your office, you have to have the belief what that person believes in. And with little bit of hand holding, we can have a lot of such startups coming. Unfortunately, if I ask you, just close your eyes and think about the 5 top products that you use and how many of them are made in India. Technology, there are none. IT tools, there are none. We are assembling them, we are configuring them, but we are not technologically designing, developing, and incubating. This is the challenge. This is mindset we have to do away completely. This is where your role comes in. As a teacher, your role comes in. When we were students, nobody talked about incubation. When we were students, if we have some good idea, teachers used to tell them, concentrate in your studies, complete the syllabus. Because that was the setting, that was the structure. But now NEP has given the provision for you to look into things which were not looked into before, prior. This is exactly your role comes in. This is exactly you need to internalize how learning happens intrinsically. And if you could appreciate one's ideas, when the students could come up with their own ideas, then only you'll be able to honor them. And with a little bit of hand holding, they can form their own company and we can have similar duties looking after like this. There are many such, I will not take much time, such incidents where people from the grassroots level just come to. So now, second example is that you can always have a social enterprise. It always does not make a profit enterprise. You can have a social enterprise. We are going at the circular economy. Anybody from economics? Okay, I presume not. So now next we will talk about the circular economy concept. As you read further, you will find that the consumptive biodiversity aspects are sneaking into our lives daily. If we can maintain an ecosystem, so we survive, the world survives. And as I think in G20 concluding, you have seen the resolution that has come forth. We concluded with things that one country, one nation, then one family, one future. So we can have a collective future provided we also contribute something to the world. We also have our own startup. We also have our own Microsoft. We also have our own Google. And then only we can be at par with the other economies. Otherwise, we'll always remain a consumer-based economy. All the best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. You rightly said nothing is impossible if we are focused, we are committed, we can always get what we dream of. Thank you. I would now like to introduce our next esteemed panelist, Captain Richa Sharma Kachiyal. She is an ex-Army officer from the Army Education Corps. commissioned as part of the first batch of lady officers in the Indian Army. In her continued journey as an educationist, she was associated with Delhi Public School, Dwarka, New Delhi. Presently, she is working with Salwan Education Trust and heading Salwan Public School, Mayur Vihar, Delhi. While Indian Army instilled leadership qualities and deep sense of commitment and discipline in her bearing and discharge of duties, the coveted educational institutions provided the apt platform to hone her skills as an educator and administrator over the last 30 years. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, guys.
Good afternoon to all. And as we say in our Salwan culture, we greet everyone by saying pranam. That's a culture we begin our day with, that's a culture we end our day with. And what better way to say pranam to you on the Hindi university. So, while we talk about being an entrepreneur, while we talk about creating an entrepreneurial mindset, a lot you will get if you just Google, just press, and you start Googling how to be an entrepreneur. So many of you sitting here who are budding teachers, who are budding professionals, must be having different views that how you want to take your life further. Some of you would like to chalk out your path as a routine path, the way we all forward. We apply for jobs, we apply for various positions, and we continue the path that is the most conventional and the traditional path. While some of you might be thinking a little different. So as there's a saying which goes that the future lies in the hands of those who think like an entrepreneur. So what does it actually mean? Entrepreneurship is a little different from any conventional service. Entrepreneurship is like taking ownership of your own learning, ownership of your own life. And in this world which is forever changing, which is in flux, evolving every now and then, the skills that you are acquiring today are not the skills that we acquired when we were students. The skills that we needed in our days of learning have become obsolete already. And the skills that you are learning today may also become obsolete very soon. So what is it that is required? You need to stay abreast. You need to move with the times. You need to prove your relevance and stay competitive in this world. And that is exactly what entrepreneurs do. They are the ones who have a belief in themselves to grow, to adapt, to innovate, and to succeed. And that is what we all aim for in our lives, don't we? Whether we are working or whether we are handling a business of our own or an enterprise of our own, aim is ultimately to have our own satisfaction. So what is required is not just to be an entrepreneur. That you can do by just clicking on the Google, you'll get a list of attributes that you should have in you. You should be creative, you should be innovative, you should have problem solving skills, you should have X, Y, Z, so many other attributes. What is it that you need to know is not just to be an entrepreneur, but to navigate all the ambiguities, to navigate your way through so that you can succeed tomorrow. And to do that, you need to develop what is known as an entrepreneurial mindset. Dr. Mukherjee and Dr. Mishra have given us a lot of insight into these words without actually using these words. They've given you an umpteen number of examples. I'm picking up the thread from where they're living. I'm just building on that, upon the same thought which our esteemed co-mentors have spoken of. Now, if some of you know the founder of the Ford Motors, Henry Ford. He had a saying, he said that in case if you think you can, or whether you think you cannot, you're always right. So what is this all about? If you think you can, then you definitely can. And this is one of the main ingredients of having an entrepreneurial mindset. To have it in you, like we say it in the army, do you have it in you? To have it in you, you need to know what what you actually require to move 2 steps further, how you are going to navigate through this, how are you going to challenge this? Because believe it or not, the word sounds fancy, the road sounds good. Entrepreneurship is challenging, it's inspiring, it's rewarding, but it's definitely not a straight path, it's definitely not an easy path. It's an undulating surface which will have its own shares of ups and downs. And the one who can move through that is the one who comes out victorious. All of you who are sitting here today are on the threshold of making your careers. So entrepreneurial mindset is not just about starting a business or running a business or an enterprise or making it from small to big. It is about developing those mindsets, those beliefs, those attitudes, those thought processes which take you from step A to step B. And mind you, there will be roadblocks, there will be questions, because when you start in getting into an entrepreneurial setup, you might be having the skills, you might be having the idea in mind. What you need to know is that at every step, you need to reevaluate what you began with. You need to think about that. That is what is coming off these days. And it's not only from your books that you get it by thinking creatively, thinking out of the box. So the entrepreneurs, what do? They spur growth. They try to encourage innovation and they think exactly out of the box because they're not going with the mundane route. They are going to carve their own path. They are going to take ownership of their own life, where the risks are yours and the rewards are also yours, where the challenges are yours and the satisfaction is also yours. So if you start thinking about a few people who started small but have made it very big, entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial mindset is not only about one field, it can have its ramifications in so many different fields. You could have it in the field of business, like sir was saying, you could start small little schools, you could start your own. I mean, after COVID-19, the education sector has been taken on by storm by the edtech companies. So all these people who are running the edtech ventures are who? They are all entrepreneurs. Those who thought they do not want to go ahead with the system, which is a conventional one, rather they want to do something which they want to begin on their own. So when we start think on those, you can have entrepreneurship in business, like you would be in the fields or the shoes of Elon Musk. You could also be one of the Steve Jobs fans who would also follow his footsteps and follow what he said. He said there's going to be a lot of noise around you when you start your skills or you start your enterprise. All that you have to do is ignore that noise and continue on your path. So if you want to think in terms of business, you have these two and many more. You have so many of Indian entrepreneurs. You think of Kunal Behel. He is the one who began Snapdeal. He started at the time when Amazon and when Flipkart were the ones which had started, but actually the online concept was not really there in the world. It had just started. He's the one who was facing challenges. He entered into that field where people had already made a mark for companies and he needed to actually seep into it. He faced the challenges of getting the market, getting the trust of the people, of the clients, of the market. He began as a small entrepreneur. He may not have thought how big he would become, he did. You can also get into the healthcare sector. As teachers, we continue with the field of teachers. Okay, before coming to healthcare, why not talk about education as we're talking of EdTech? Think about Mr. Sal Khan, the one who began the Khan Academy. He's the one who began online courses for so many people across the globe, free of cost, or free online courses. Now, it was just a seed which would have come into his mind. All you need to know is to challenge yourself, get a thought, challenge yourself, get into the belief that yes, you can, weigh the opportunities, take some calculated risk because risks will be there. You might have people whom you are answerable to, who might take you 2 steps backwards when you're trying to walk 4 steps ahead. There would be people who would be giving you healthcare sector, as I was trying to tell you a little back, you have a live example of Dr. Devi Shetty. I hope some of you heard about him. Now, he's the one who began with the Narayana Health because he wanted to give some kind of an affordable medical services to people across the country. That would have been an easy thing. He was basically a cardio surgeon. He could have very well minted money, continue. And it's not that people who are into ventures are not making money. People are making money when you are entrepreneurs. People are also utilizing the way Dr. Mukherjee was talking in terms of social entrepreneurship. You can make money and you can utilize that money for the normal good for the public in large. Think of the society and give it back to the society what you are earning in some way or the other. I do not know how many of you have heard about Blake Mykonski. I hope I'm getting the name right. He is the one who's the founder of one of the largest shoe chains of the shoemaking chains of the world. It's a brand. It's an American brand, Tom's Shoes. Now, what he does for every pair of shoes sold in the market, he donates one pair of shoes to the needy. So he's working his way from the society, from his own business. He began as a small entrepreneur and he's made it very big. It's become a huge brand. When you start thinking in terms of whether you want to be into the business or into the social entrepreneurship, and there's so many variety of fields, you can go interdisciplinary into this, and you will have so many people who will come to you. All that you need to know is have some faith in yourself. Take the criticism in your favor, in your stride. Develop one very important attribute amongst yourselves, within yourselves, what is known as resilience. Anything which puts you back, bounce back with some thought, with some idea, and get going from there. Do not give up. Develop a do not give up attitude. Because if you do that, you will be succeeding 2 steps further. And if you don't, then maybe you will think of shutting down your entrepreneurship what you started with. So have resilience, have something known as a growth mindset. You know, these are all those words which are very, very commonly used these days. It's very easy to see these words. It's very difficult to imbibe in your life and then proceed further. However, just think on those lines. A growth mindset which says, even if I'm not able to do it today, I may be able to nurture it to my advantage tomorrow. Without taking any more further time, I would like to say that each one of us sitting here, whether we are the ones who've made maximum years of our lives in a service, whether we've been entrepreneurs or whether we have been intrapreneurs, the ones who are working within the entrepreneurial setups and still doing the work of an entrepreneur, whether we are those or whether we are only working as a conventional employer or an employee, each one of us has an entrepreneurial spirit lying within us. All that is missing in case we are not utilizing it is a spark which needs to be ignited. So, believe in your gut feeling, think about your strengths, think about how you can challenge your own doubts, your own confusions, and you can navigate your way through and become what you have started out to be, so that you can also be a change maker, so that you can also be an agent of change and give back something to the society with which you are actually living as a part of Vasudev Kutumbakam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those inspirational words. मैं बस ये कह सकती हूँ कि कुछ ज्यादा ख्वाहिशें नहीं है जिंदगी तुझसे, बस मेरा अगला कदम इसमें से बेहतरीन निकले. Now we have our esteemed panelist who has joined us online. Online and joined here. Unshare this so that he can come. He's already unshare this poster so it will be visible. Dr. T.P. Sharma, sir, am I audible? So if you could unmute yourself. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So if you could turn on your camera, sir. So now I would like to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. T.P. Sharma. Dr. T.P. Sharma is a professor in mathematics at the Department of Education in Science and Mathematics, NCERT. He has qualified MSc, PhD in mathematics from University of Delhi. He has taught in various universities like RIE Ajmer, GGSIP University and UP Tech University. He has an expertise in mathematics at school level and beyond. He has published research papers and teacher training modules. Dr. Sharma has published a variety of papers during his career from 1996 till date. Apart from this, he has presented various papers at school, state, and national level, along with major research studies in the field of science and mathematics. In the due course of time, he has been the resource person in national workshop, attended and participated in various conferences across the national capital region, and has also been the course curricular developer. Dr. Sharma has received an esteemed award like Aryabhat Award in 2019 by Ramanujan Club, Gujarat. Welcome, sir. Welcome for your session.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come to this session and considering me as a panelist. And today's topic is, and first of all, I like to thank Dr. Harish Kumar, head of the department, and Raj Lakshmi Raina, and and Dr. Susma, and all the faculty and students for inviting me and today's panelist. Because already many things has been spoken, and we already know that the topic is very important in our present time, and we need to focus in daily basis or day-to-day basis. And I have, how much time I have?
Sir, you can
May I know how much time I have?
Sir, you can speak for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, I have prepared some of the slides, so I'll try to present.
Okay.
It's coming from here. Is it visible, madam?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So I have prepared through some literature and.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can you make it in full screen larger view?
I'll try because I am not
Try
very. I am very not good in computer and technology, but learning slowly. Let's see. Slide slow. So I don't know.
Sir, on top of your screen from beginning, there is an option. Left side corner, first option.
In red, no?
From beginning, sir. Yeah. The first option from the left side.
From beginning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please click on it, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So this is the topic I have chosen, although topic was very good. This entrepreneurship and innovation and leadership, right? So all are, I think, they are related. This is objective to describe the entrepreneurial mindset and entrepreneurial cognitions, right? Because the mindset should be always to to identify and discuss the most commonly cited characteristic found in successful entrepreneurs, because successful entrepreneurs, there are many in present time all over the world, in India also. They discuss the drug side of entrepreneurship. There is, because everything has a two sides, so it has also another side. To identify and describe the different types of risks entrepreneurs face, as well as the major cause of stress for these individuals and the ways they can handle stress. To discuss the ethical dilemmas confronting entrepreneurs, to study the ethics in a conceptual framework for a dynamic environment, to present strategies for establishing ethical responsibility and leadership, to examine entrepreneurial motivations, the entrepreneurial mindset, describe the most common characteristic associated with the successful entrepreneur, as well as the elements associated with the drug side of the entrepreneurships. Who are entrepreneurs? Independent individuals, intensely committed and determined to preserve, who work very hard, because to become entrepreneurs, because we have to self-motivated. We have to do not only the persons of one person work, sometimes we have to do the work of 3-4 person also. There are confident optimists who strive for integrity. They burn with the competitive desire to excel and use failure as a learning tool. Because from failure, we should always learn something. We should not give up. Entrepreneurial cognitions. There are 3 categories: cognition, social cognition theory, entrepreneurial cognitions. The mental function, process, thoughts, and states of intelligent human attention, remembering, producing, and understanding language, solving problem, and making decisions. This is second one. Possess that knowledge structure, models of cognition can be ordered to optimize personal effectiveness within given situations. The knowledge structure that people use to make assessment, judgment, or decision involving opportunity, evaluation, venture creation, and growth. Metacognitive perspective, the ability to be dynamic, flexible, and self-regulating in one cognition given dynamic and uncertain task environment, because describe the higher order cognitive process that results in the entrepreneur framing a task effectually, and thus why and how a particular strategy was included in a set of alternative response to the decision task. These are the research and popular publications. This is source of research on entrepreneurs, direct observations, speeches, seminar, and presentation. Like today, we have seminars. So from the seminars also, our youngsters may learn many things, because this may develop the entrepreneurial mindset. Source of research: entrepreneurs, publications, technical and professional journal, textbook on entrepreneurship, books about entrepreneurship, biographic or autobiographies of entrepreneurs, compendium about entrepreneurs, news periodical, venture periodical, newsletter, proceeding of conferences, the internet, direct observation of practicing entrepreneurs, interviews, survey, case studies, speeches, seminar, and presentation by practicing entrepreneurs. So these are some of the sources, because through this source, our young entrepreneurs who wants to become entrepreneurs, they can learn about this. Characteristics of the entrepreneurial mindset: determine and perseverance. Because these are some of the characteristic. Drive to achieve, because we have, because since I am determined, so I have a desire that I will achieve. Opportunity to orientation, initiative and responsibility, persistent problem solving, seeking feedback, internal focus, locus of control, tolerance for ambiguity, calculated risk taking, high energy level, creativity and innovation, vision, passion, independence, and team building, because these are the different characteristics. This is imagination, flexibility, willingness to accept the risks, because the risk is there. Like we are doing job in a job also there is a risk, because we have to perform. But here, entrepreneurship, there is a more risk. Characteristics, these are the characteristics again: confidence, perseverance, determination, energy, diligence, resourcefulness, ability to take the calculated risk, dynamism, leadership, optimism, need to achieve, versatility, knowledge of product, market, machinery, technology, creativity, ability to influence others, ability to get along with people, initiative, flexibility, intelligence, orientation to clear goals, positive response to challenge, independence, responsiveness to suggestions and criticism, time, competence, efficiency, ability to make decisions quickly, responsibility, foresight, accuracy, toughness, cooperativeness, profit orientation, ability to learn from mistakes, because mistakes are very important, because we should always learn from the mistakes. Sense of power, pleasant personality, egotism, courage, imagination, perceptiveness, toleration of ambiguity, aggressiveness, capacity for enjoyment, efficacy, commitment, ability to trust workers, sensitivity to others, honesty, integrity, maturity, and balance. Because these are some of the entrepreneurs' characteristics. Now, this is a theory. Entrepreneurs cause entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a function of the entrepreneur, like E is a function of FE, because entrepreneurship is function of E. So this is like we have studied function in our 11, 12. Here also we have a function. Entrepreneurship is a characteristic as the interaction of skill related to inner control, planning and goal setting, risk taking, innovation, reality perception, use of feedback, decision making, human relations, and independence. Dealing with failure, the grief recovery process, because loss orientations involves focusing on the particular loss to construct an account that explain why the loss occurred, because sometimes there may be a loss, because there is always there is no chance that we'll gain always. There is a chance of loss also. In this time we have to
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, because of the scarcity of time, if you could conclude, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the sessions and opportunity. And I wish the youngster, because since the time has come, yes, we should become entrepreneurs, and we can choose from our area, which is our like area, or we want to do something excel area. There we have to focus, because there are so many areas in this world, because we can't focus all, but some of the area we can choose, we can focus, we can excel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the permission of sir, can we take few questions? Sir, the first question is, for a budding entrepreneur, what are the stigmas associated with failure and the fear of taking risks? What is the importance of embracing failure as a learning opportunity?
I don't know who has asked this question, but it has got a lot of merit into it. Firstly, there is no silver bullet solution to any entrepreneurial idea. So if you fail, you need to go for course correction or recalibration of your ideas. In my incubation center, we had 15 to 20 ideas submitted almost in each cycle, which is in 3 months' time. Some of them succeed, some of them don't. But only thing that differentiates from a good idea, and not a bad but not supported idea, is the amount of belief one puts inside. Maybe we are not the right judge as an incubator in charge to fund an idea. But if you think that ideas have failed, you need to recalibrate, but do not give up on the dream. That's all.
Thank you, sir. There's a question for Richa ma'am. Ma'am, how can experiential learning and real world projects help students along with interdisciplinary collaboration and integration help in developing entrepreneurial mindsets, new possibilities for lifelong learning?
Thank you. Experiential learning, you all must be told, get into real world projects, get into field trips, get into experimental learning. Now, all these things have a lot of relevance when it comes to building an entrepreneurial mindset. We are talking a lot about experiential learning these days. But what we must know is that it is not a new or a normal phenomenon. It is something which has been there since many years back, century back also. I think somewhere you all are students who are going to be budding teachers. So all of you must be familiar with John Dewey. In 1930s, I guess, he had advocated his theory about experiential learning, and when he had said that any meaningful education is through experience. And it's a cycle of learning which has a few components. Some of the components which Mukherjee sir was also talking about. Those components make the cycle of learning when you have some kind of a concrete experience, you carry out observational reflection, you think and make some kind of an abstract conceptualization, and then assimilating all these, you learn from your own experiences and do and redo. So experiential learning is needed, is the one which will be needing a lot of positive mind orientation, a lot of growth mindset, a lot of creativity in your thought process, where you can challenge your own beliefs, you can challenge your own disagreements, you can collaborate with people, you get into interdisciplinary fields where you discuss with people coming from various fields with their various expertise. You draw insights out of what they are saying. You create synergies between yourself and the environment. And this is all what? It is nothing but creating an entrepreneurial mindset. You need to be creative. You need to be taking calculated risks. You need to be innovative. You need to have a growth mindset, everything. Because in experiential learning, whatever you are experimenting today has been taken from something which had taken place yesterday, and it's also going to impact what is going to be taking place tomorrow. So it's a continuous reconstructing your experience. So a lot of learning takes place as a lifelong learning when you get into experiential and interdisciplinary learning. And a word about real world projects, when you get into practical outlook, when you expose yourself to the industrial practices, you learn from your failures. When you learn from your failures, you tend to grow and you tend to draw a good problem solved kind of a situation. So that's what I would like to answer this as.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to ask a question. Sir, Mishra sir, what challenges would you like to share with the young and budding college graduates who want to become entrepreneurs?
So we are discussing about the challenges. First of all, being an entrepreneur or being a teacher, we are supposed to see. Sir is saying we have the B.Ed students. How many B.Ed students are there? Good. B.Ed. So it means you are taking the classes from till nursery to class 8. So there are different types of learning procedure, challenges. Find out the difference between playway method, funway method, difference between the concept-based method, team-based method, project-based method, converting your 6 to 8. What the NEP is saying. Start what? Starting the. What new thing is added in NEP 2020? Internship. From grade 6 onward, you are supposed to join any organization. So you can learn the entrepreneurship skills. Intern. So learning something. So that learning is what? Part of a concept. When you have the concept, then you can do the innovation research, and then you have the entrepreneurship skill. So from grade nursery to grade 12, when you are dealing, so fun to play, to concept, to experiential, then experimental, then research, then what? What is the last step? That is entrepreneurship skill. During this, when you have the maximum learning and accepting the things, you will always do not face any challenges. One thing you should note, if anybody is pulling your leg, it means you are raising. If you have the challenge, it means you have the life. If you have the risk, it means you are not dead. You are alive. So आपके अगर कोई पैर खींच रहा है, आपको लगता है कि आपके जीवन में मुश्किल आ रही है, तो ये मान के चलिएगा कि आप जीवित हैं। तो मुश्किलों को, समस्याओं को अगर समस्या मान लेंगे तो उसका समाधान नहीं है। अगर समस्याओं को आप एक्सेप्ट करेंगे तो उसका समाधान आप अपने आप ढूंढ लेंगे, और ये समाधान हमेशा आपको स्टेज वाइज मिलता है। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end of this panel discussion. As a token of gratitude, I request Professor Harish Kumar sir to present a memento to Dr. C.B. Mishra sir. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Neha Goyal to present a memento to Dr. Debashri Mukherjee sir. Thank you. I request Dr. Sushma to present a memento to Ms. Richa Sharma ma'am. Thank you. Please be seated. At the end, it gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on the culmination of this panel discussion to all the dignitaries assembled. I would like to acknowledge our gratitude to all our panelists. Their sessions were truly wonderful and inspiring for all of us. And there was a great learning from all the sessions. I would like to express my profound gratitude to our beloved founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, for his blessings and motivation. We most humbly thank our chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, for his exceptional leadership, guidance, and motivation. I would like to record our deep sense of obligation to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, for her motivating and dynamic leadership. I also express thanks to Professor Harish Kumar for his vision, guidance, and encouragement. I extend my gratitude to all wonderful participants who have attended, and I would like to take this opportunity to place on records our hearty thanks to the IT team. Thank you one, thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. It is with immense pleasure and great honor, I, Dr. Sonika Gill, stand before you as your Master of Ceremony for the momentous occasion of the 5th International Conference of Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership, ICEIL 2023. As we stand on the brink of new era filled with opportunities and challenges, it is the conference like ICEIL that serves the beacons of inspiration and platform for collaborations. Sports and fitness entrepreneurship has witnessed an remarkable transformations in recent years. This conference themes reflect our commitment to exploring the latest trends, strategies, and opportunities in the dynamic field. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our guest speakers who have graciously accepted our invitation to share their knowledge and expertise with us. Your presence here today is a testament to our commitment for advancing the field of entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our moderator for this session, Professor Dr. Harish Kumar Tyagi, sir, a distinguished academician and a leader in the field of education, our own very head of the institute, Aspects Department. With 25 years of teaching and research experience, numerous research publication, and expertise in guidance and counseling, he has contributed significantly to the world of education. His accomplishments include a PG diploma in guidance and counseling in NCERT, and his dedication to research and education is truly commendable. May I request, sir, kindly join us on stage and welcome with the guests. First, we'll start with our esteemed guests for the day have joined virtually. It is my great pleasure to announce them. She will be heading a session, a chair for the today's session, Professor Dr. Kalpana Sharma ma'am, and she's a distinguished professional and dedicated educator with a remarkable career spinning over 2 decades. Currently, she's serving as a director of academics in NIS, and she's truly a visionary in the realm of education. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Now, first, I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Kashpal Singh, Director General of Confederation of Sports and Recreation Industry. He is a prominent figure in the sports and policing landscape of India. His leadership as the General Director of ICEIL. He is a national level judo player and a black belt dan. Sir, I invite you on the stage. Your presence has added an immense value. Please have a gratitude and accept a token of love as accepted. Okay, next we will be having, it's a pleasure calling Dr. Monica Devan on stage. She is the Director General of Adarsh Education Solutions, and she's a very experienced as an international educator, author, and advisor of physical health and education. Ma'am, please make your stage and receive a accepting as a token of the love. Rajesh sir, please. Thank you. Also, I would like to talk about the Mr. Shantanu, the next esteemed guest for the honor, and he's the founder and CEO of Jubilee Sports FC Noida Football School. And his ambitious and entrepreneurial personality in the world of sports and fitness entrepreneurship. His commitment to the innovation and historic development in the football school has carved a niche in the industry. Sir, we are truly grateful for your multiple contribution to our conference. There one more speaker will be joining shortly. That is Mr. Sudhin Panigadi sir, and he is the CEO of the ICEIL Fitness and Sports Technology. And his expertise in leveraging technology to drive innovation in the industry to one to now. So we'll be waiting for him for the arrival. So may I proceed now? Yeah, please. Now I would like to have the honor of inviting a distinguished head of institute, Professor Dr. Harish Kumar sir, to give an insight of the session theme, setting the stage for a meaningful and enlightening discussion. Sir.
Thank you. On behalf of entire Amity Universe, RBF and Amity University, and on behalf of our founder, President Shri A.K. Chauhan sir, and Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, and worthy Vice Chancellor Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am. I welcome all these dignitaries to represent on the dais, Professor and of the dais and online, Professor Kalpana Sharma, Director Academics, SAI, Lieutenant Colonel Rajpal Singh, Director General, Confederation of Sports, and recreational industry, Miss Monica Diwan, Others Educational Solutions, and Shantanu Singh Yadav, Founder CEO, Jovens Sports, Noida. All these teachers present over here, students, and other members, those who are connected with this international ICEL 2023. As we know कि आज हिंदी दिवस है, इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं हमें थोड़ा सा प्रयोग कोशिश करेंगे कि हम हिंदी में करें। स्कूलों में तो यहाँ तक होता है कि हिंदी में ही बोला जाता पूरे हफ्ते या पूरे पखवाड़े, लेकिन हम कोशिश करेंगे कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन 15 दिन में हिंदी का हम प्रयोग करें, हिंदी का प्रसार करें। और जो हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 है, उसमें केवल हिंदी को ही नहीं कहा गया बल्कि सभी भाषाओं पर जोर दिया गया है। और ये पहली ऐसी शिक्षा नीति आई है जिसमें से हिंदी शब्द गायब है। केवल एक ही बार हिंदी का प्रयोग हुआ है कि हिंदी और दूसरी रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस को भी बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। ये फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा हुआ है। तो यहाँ पे हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि हिंदी ही सब कुछ है, अब सब भाषा ही सब कुछ है। तभी तो हमने बहुभाषिकता की तरफ कदम उठाया है। बहुभाषिकता मीन्स multilingualism. So in this conference, we are going to introduce many things and we are going to discuss many things like entrepreneurship. Means now the days are gone when we were just connected to the service only, कि हमें केवल सरकारी बाबू ही बनना है। Now everything is in your hand. मैकाले की शिक्षा नीति चली गई, अब हमें अपने आप इस तरह की के इंडस्ट्री या उद्यम लगाने हैं ताकि हम दूसरों को भी रोजगार दे सकें। ये एक अच्छी पहल है अमेठी विश्वविद्यालय की। That's why this Amethi is conducting this fifth time अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जो सम्मेलन है, ये 5th टाइम हो रहा है और ये हमेशा आगे हर साल होता रहेगा। इसमें इसका फोकस यही रहेगा कि किस तरह से हम उद्यम को बढ़ावा दें और किस तरह से हम स्वयं ही एक रोजगार देने वाले बने। खास तौर पे particularly your own industry, because you are coming from the sports, it is having more potential of opening new industries like that. When I was in Jalandhar in BSF, so that time there was a shop and it's an industry. Its name was Spartan. You might have heard its name. It's a Spartan. It is in Jalandhar. Now that Spartan owner has reached to the top, and he had started from a very small industry that time. So just see how much potential this industry has. And like if you are the trainers, etc. So you can also join as a trainer, or you can also open your own institution. Someone was saying with me when he was interacting that nowadays the concept has come of life coach. Earlier the coach were in the sports ground, so life coach means that concept of coach is coming again and again from your industry, sports industry. So you can become even the life coach, you can become even the sports coach. So the potentials are much, and that's why we all are assembled over here, so that we can think how much we can explore from this industry, from the sports industry. So think yourself, you are a good sports person, and also you are going to be a good sports teacher also, because you are not only the sports person, you are going to be a sport teacher in future. And so you have to explore how you can start your own industries and how you can create the jobs for the others, so that you are not going to be a babu, you are going to be a job creator. So in that way, we are every time focusing on startup, on entrepreneurship, so that we could be having such a wonderful thing which is going to create jobs not only in India but in abroad. Nowadays you can create the job through online also. Many YouTubers are also there, many content writers are also there, and many content developers are also there. Definitely you may be engaging by seeing this mobile also. So many people have opted as a profession of creating the reels. So that is one example, but you can create the products. Think about the products so that you can give job to others, not to yourself. So with this, definitely we would be having a very good discussion today, and we will come to certain solutions how to overcome to this unemployment, and we can be self-employed, self-reliant, self-sufficient, self-directed. With this, I again welcome all the dignitaries and all the teachers, all the professors, all the students, and all the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll proceed with the session. Kalpana ma'am will be heading the session chair, and she will be asking and will be talking about the theme for the today, and will be taking the keynotes, and she will be proceeding with the eminent speakers and talking about them for the same. Ma'am, please proceed. Ma'am, mute. Ma'am, aap mute.
Thank you, Dr. Sonika. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes,
Okay. First of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference, which is the 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership conducted by Amity University, which is my own university, I will say very openly. And I also congratulate Dr. Harish to be heading ASPIS as of now. And I'm able to see my co-panelists, I will say, whether they are Dr. Rajpal, Sujit is, I think, on way, and Monica is here. I'm sorry I'm using your first name, but it's natural for me to use that way. And also Shantanuji, who's the founder and CEO of the Joven Sports. I really could not make it, though I really wanted to be amongst all of you, and I will say at my home. When I say this, I truly mean to say it my home. Nevertheless, जैसा हरीश जी ने बताया कि आज हिंदी दिवस भी है और हिंदी पखवाड़ा चलता है, तो शायद बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि थोड़ा सा हिंदी में भी बोल सकती हूँ। और आज क्योंकि ये सेशन जो है ये मेनली स्टूडेंट्स सुन रहे हैं, तो मेरा एक विचार था इसमें कि कोशिश करूं कि मैं जितना हो सके स्टूडेंट्स को एड्रेस उस तरह से करूं कि इट विल हेल्प देम इन थिंकिंग व्हाट बियॉन्ड व्हाट दे आर डूइंग। सो यही मेरी एक सोच है, और इसी सोच में हरीश जी ने काफी अच्छी बातें रखी कि एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए, सेल्फ रिलायंट होने के लिए सारे गोल सेल्फ के हैं, लेकिन उस सेल्फ में मैं एक सेल्फ और जोड़ना चाहती हूँ, और वो है सेल्फ मोटिवेशन। जब तक आप में अंदर से ऊर्जा अपने अंदर नहीं है करने की, तब तक मुश्किल हो जाती है। तो एक सेल्फ मोटिवेशन भी जरूर उसके साथ जोड़िए, जिससे कि all the time when you are thinking of doing something of your own, I'll tell you, startups are very important. I was reading, I'll show you a few persons who are doing startups also, but we all have on your dais people who are doing startups only. And I am also one of that example who have a history of failure startups. I'll talk about my failure startups also with you. But yes, I did not lose my money on that. So it's a journey, I think. And chairing this session means bringing value to the listeners who would really wish to understand why they are here in this hall right now. So for them, I will say कि कोई भी चीज आप करें, कोई भी चीज आप कोशिश भी करें करने की, तो उसमें मोटिवेशन रखें, उसमें आप प्लान करें, और उसमें आप लगातार कोई चीज करते रहेंगे तो सक्सेस, चाहे वो एक बड़ा एंटरप्रेन्योर आप खड़ा करना चाहें, तो उसमें भी आपको वो सक्सेस मिलेगी। अब आते हैं हम स्पोर्ट पे, अब आते हैं हम फिजिकल एजुकेशन पे, और अब आते हैं हम स्पोर्ट और फिजिकल एजुकेशन पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अपॉर्चुनिटीज पे। लास्ट टाइम जब 2010 में, 10 की बात ले जा रही हूँ आपको मैं, वहां 2010 में हमने एक बहुत ज्यादा स्पोर्ट में देखा कि कॉमनवेल्थ कंट्री में हुआ। कॉमनवेल्थ जब कंट्री में हुआ था तो सबने ये सोचा कि हाँ, दिस इज द टाइम व्हेन country will need something more in sport. And I am recalling those days when I met Colonel Rajpal at his office at FICCI, कि ये टाइम है कि हमें भी कुछ करना है, हमें इसमें सोचना है। और आज हम उससे 12 साल आगे आ गए, अब हम 2023 में आ गए, और आप और मैं शायद इस जर्नी को देख पा रहे हैं कि कितना चेंज, कितना परिवर्तन इस जर्नी ने पिछले 12 साल में लिया है. वेयर वी सी टुडे स्पॉट, I sit and read those reports of Vicky even today when I have to think and plan कि कौन सी ऐसी journeys हैं जो आगे entrepreneurship में जा सकती हैं. So students, I think it is important you should read those reports. जो valuable literature आज आपके लिए available है, जाइए और फिक्की की वेबसाइट में जाके वो रिपोर्ट्स को पढ़िए. आपके पास वो लोग सामने बैठे हैं जिन्होंने इस पे काम किया. आपके पास वो लोग आने वाले हैं आपके कॉन्फ्रेंस में जिन्होंने ये रिपोर्ट्स बनाई हैं, जिन्होंने उस समय ये देखा कि कितना काम आगे होने वाला है और उन्होंने वो काम करके दिखाया. ऐसे लोगों से सुनना, ऐसे लोगों को समक्ष रखना, अपने सामने रखना और उनसे फिर इंटरेक्ट करना. आई थिंक इफ आई वुड हैव बीन देयर, आई वुड हैव 100 ऑफ क्वेश्चन अगेन टू देम कि अब क्या करें अगले 10 साल के लिए. तो आई थिंक आज का जो इंटरेक्शन आपका है, this interaction should lead to what next 10 years we are going to speak. क्योंकि जब तक आप ये सेट नहीं कर लेंगे दिमाग में कि आज 2023 में हम ये कर रहे हैं, 2024 में ये होना चाहिए, 2028 में ये होना चाहिए, नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक साइकिल में क्या होना चाहिए, और मे बी 2032 में, और आज की तारीख में अगर हम कहें तो 2047 में क्या होना चाहिए, when India will be 100. I think everybody is thinking about that vision, what can be laid today and what we can see in 2047. Since बहुत स्पोर्ट को अगर हम देखें, फिजिकल एजुकेशन को भी यदि हम साथ जोड़ के देखें स्पोर्ट के साथ, क्योंकि मैं आज यहाँ साई में हूँ तो स्पोर्ट्स कोचिंग को देख रही हूँ, स्पोर्ट्स की फिटनेस इंडस्ट्री को देख रही हूँ, और एक बहुत डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव से मैं कुछ बात आपके पास सामने रख रही हूँ. और प्रेजेंटेशन ऑलवेज आई फील लॉस्ट हो जाता है, तो मैंने सोचा आई विल रिफ्रेन फ्रॉम प्रेजेंटेशन, आई विल जस्ट लास्ट में स्क्रॉल डाउन करूंगी 1 मिनट में प्रेजेंटेशन. बट इफ आई लुक एट टुडे, आई थिंक हम सबको ये चीज पता होना चाहिए कि देश में हो क्या रहा है, क्यों हम फिटनेस इंडस्ट्री की तरफ दौड़ रहे हैं, क्यों हम स्किल डेवलपमेंट की तरफ दौड़ रहे हैं, और स्पोर्ट में स्किल के ऐसे कौन से एरियाज हैं जिन पे हमें काम करना चाहिए या काम हो सकता है. और स्पोर्ट बताया मैंने, स्किल में अलाइड इंडस्ट्रीज, आई थिंक अगर आप फिक्की की एक रिपोर्ट देखोगे, मैं तो बार बार देखती हूँ, मैं हमेशा बोलती हूँ, और मैं आज भी अगर आपसे बात कर रही हूँ तो मैं उस अलाइड रिपोर्ट को कनेक्ट करते हुए कुछ कोर्सेज को ला पाई हूँ यहाँ पे. तो जब आप इस तरह से इन चीजों को जोड़ेंगे तो आप ये देखेंगे कि एकेडमिक एक पहलू है, and with academic you have another aspect, and that is your entrepreneurial aspect. Many of the students who are listening to me, I'm sure they must be taking their small or baby steps, I will call them, towards entrepreneurial already. They may be thinking, yes, we can run a fitness center, we can open a gym, we can do sports nutrition. Some of you must be really very aware of doing ACSM courses. ACSM courses पिछले साल टाइम में भी बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स करते थे, और उन्होंने कुछ न्यूट्रिशन में अपने काम भी किए आगे जाके. तो ACSM के कोर्सेज भी बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने किया एक टाइम पे. तो ऐसे ये जो सारा कहना चाहिए कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज सामने हैं, क्या हमें पता भी है वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज? आज का जो आपका इंटरेक्शन होने वाला है, और आज जो आपके एक्सपर्ट्स आप देख रहे हैं, सुनेंगे जिनको, वो आपको एक एक डोमेन इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज के बारे में बताएंगे. मैं केवल जोड़ सकती हूँ क्योंकि मैं भी आप ही की तरह का, आप ही के प्रोफेशन के को लीड करती हूँ, और वो है फिजिकल एजुकेशन. बट जैसे ही हम आते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पे, तो स्पोर्ट में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के एरियाज बहुत सारे हैं. आप लोग किसी ना किसी गेम में स्पेशलाइज करते हैं, और जैसे ही आप किसी गेम में स्पेशलाइज करते हैं, आपके पास एक बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी खुलती है एक कोचिंग डोमेन की. कोचिंग के कौन कौन से क्या क्या एरियाज हम काम करते हैं वो आपको सबको पता है. NIS नया नहीं है, NIS 60 साल पुराना है, तो आप सबको पता है कि क्या क्या यहाँ पे होता है. क्या नया हुआ है वो जरूर मैं बताऊंगी, और कैसे उसको हम एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए लिंक कर सकते हैं, वो 2-3 बात बस मैं करके उसके बाद मैं चाहूंगी कि आपके सामने आपके एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हैं, वो एक्सपर्ट्स आपको एक डिटेल्ड जर्नी एंटरप्रेन्योर, क्योंकि दे आर देमसेल्फ great entrepreneurs in these domains, and they are all specific in their areas, वो आपको जरूर इसके बारे में बताएंगे. तो ये तो रहा हमारा एक छोटा सा इंट्रोडक्शन इस जो ये जो थीम आपकी है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनोवेशन लीडरशिप एंड इन पर्टिकुलर when we talk about the sports and fitness entrepreneurship, so sports and fitness entrepreneurship leaders are in front of you. एक इसमें वर्ड मैं और जोड़ रही हूँ और वो आपके थीम्स में आ रहा है and that is talking about technology. And when you talk about technology, you see, I can see somebody who's an expert in technology entering and taking the seat. Welcome, Sujit ji. So I was about to add the word called technology, and there I saw Sujit entering into there. And so I welcome you, Sujit, on behalf of the team of organizing here, since I'm now chairing. So I thought I'll use that opportunity to welcome you here. And so there comes the innovation, and there comes the technology, and there comes the person with a mission who has already cleared his mind to change things in the country. And that is what we are keen to listen from him, what new Sujit will bring into technology and innovation with us in these sessions. So with this, I think a brief, I can talk about the courses because I was told that I should talk about what I'm doing here. So quickly, I'll try to talk about what I'm doing here, and then I'll give more and more time to your speakers, because they will be bringing that entrepreneurial detail to you through their talk. And I'm sure that will be very, very charged up talks when they give you these talks. So I'll quickly browse through what I have prepared about the institution NIS. And in brief, what we are doing here, I'll scroll this down quickly because I've covered this. So all of you are aware that at NIS, this journeys of academics is not only at Patiala, but this is also at Kolkata, Bangalore, and Trivandrum. Normally we call it as Thiruvananthapuram now. So we have got centers, academic centers at all the 4 centers. And as far as our courses are concerned, you are aware, very, very well aware that we have our flagship course of Diploma in Sports Coaching, which is in 26 sports, and they are divided into 4 centers. Then we have MSc in Sports Coaching, which is in 11 sports discipline. We have a 6-week certificate course, which is also the eligibility criteria, one of the eligibility criteria for the Diploma in Sports Coaching now. And this certificate course is conducted in 28 sports discipline. We have a 3-week refresher course in sports coaching for those who have done their NIS earlier. That is conducted in 24 sports discipline. Then we have got a lot of sports medicine. Yes, here I'm connecting you to the entrepreneurship again. And that is the 3-week basic sports massage course, which leads to people starting their own centers, people operating as entrepreneurs in massage, and then they continue with this. So this is a very broad area, and I'll talk about the advance in the next slide. Though we have courses in postgraduate diploma in sports medicine also. And these are the ones which are directly related to those courses where we have a lot of entrepreneurs who have joined these courses with us because they wanted to have certain certification in the areas which are super specialized in sport. And these are the courses which we have started with the international faculty leading these courses. So each course is led by an international faculty. These are courses in PG Diploma in Sports Performance Analysis. This is the first course in the country, I will tell you, which NIS has started. And PG Diploma in Sports Nutrition, PG Diploma in Sports Physiology, PG Diploma in Sports Psychology, and PG Diploma in Strength and Conditioning. These are all courses which are university diploma, PG diploma courses giving a degree by the Punjabi University and run by NIS Patiala and coordinated by an international faculty. Plus the basic massage I was just telling, we have an advanced massage course also, which we are doing in collaboration with London School of Massage. So their instructors, again, they come from UK and they are giving the courses here. So I'll not dwell too much because I want my speakers to really do the speaking to you. So I'll quickly move down my slides. and come to the crux of what today the topic is. And today's topic is talking about entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. You see the sports persons turned sports entrepreneur. You will have our speakers talking to you a little more on that. But you have Yuvraj Singh, you have Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, Mahesh Bhupati, Kapil Dev, Saina Nehwal, Anil Kumble, Dhoni, and many, many more sports person who have ventured into sports entrepreneurs in their various companies which they have created in various areas in the sport, whether it is leagues, whether it is technology, whether it is even school teaching. For that sake, there are some certain ideas there. Now, I really want to move to one of my speaker, and I want to ask Lieutenant Colonel Rajpalji, who's the Director General of the Confederation of Sports and Recreation Industry. My scope of what I want to know from you would be that sport has a unique combination of profit and not-for-profit organizations. And they actually work together to create a competitive environment. And I really want to understand from Rajpalji, if you could really throw light a little more on how this could be taken up through a profit organization or through a not-for-profit organization. So I move to my distinguished speaker, Colonel Rajpal. May I request you to please address this? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Is it okay? Hello. Yeah, Jai Hind. I'm Colonel Rajpal. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Kalpana. Dr. Kalpana, Sharma. I remember Amethi when first time she was heading sports, this division, and she was dean of the physical education wing. And she invited us, and that was the first time when I came and I, saw this infrastructure, lovely infrastructure, under which it was started. And now you are at the right place where you can actually help not just NIS but nation as a whole in developing new type of courses, new type of things, new type of motivating other people to reach to the national and international level. Thank you so much, Kalpana ji. I would like to thank Dr. Kumar, Harish Kumar ji, Sujit ji, Monica ji बैठे हैं, और Mr. Yadav is sitting here. Of course, my old colleague Malika, and today's moderate, MC Sonika ji. I just want to know before starting, are you all physical education guys or from MBA or some other stream also? All physical education. All right. So accordingly, I have to change my thing, because I was thinking that there would be some MBA and BBA students also. Okay, let me start, because Dr. Harish Kumar has just given you some gist of what is happening in the sports industry. He mentioned about Spartan, he mentioned about Jalandhar. Similarly, we have also Meerut hub. But those are what hub? Those are industry goods manufacturing hubs, not the service hub. So those are the hubs. Then, but at the same time, if you see, there are other avenues within the sports. Then we have, let me also tell you about something about CSRI, Confederation of Sports and Recreation Industry. We are, as of now, working in policy intervention. I saw this question in my, this program also. They have posed 2 questions on regarding one policy and another about the obstacles. What are the obstacles we are getting? Let me start by saying sports and physical education and health and leisure sports all are well interconnected. But unfortunate part, first of all, I mean, you see the policy. We are trying to create physical education, which is sports teacher, or the entrepreneurs in sports, which comes under what? Ministry of Education. Nothing to do with sports. Nothing to do with sports. First anomaly. Secondly, we are talking, why we are talking? If we are going for a competitive sport, it's okay. If we are not going for competitive sports, what does that mean? We are talking about health and fitness, right? Again, health and fitness are not part of sports. Those are again part of totally different ministry, which is called health ministry. Third part, we organize all big events. You must have seen all big events. Now, Formula One or IPL or, Kabaddi League or those kind of leagues. And what we expect that people should come and visit and see, irrespective whether they are playing or not. What does that mean? They are talking about entertainment and tourism. And we can say sports tourism. But again, not coming in sports, coming in tourism ministry. So you see that dilemma. We are trying to do something where concerned ministries are nothing to do with this. And if we talk to them, they say, sorry, go to sports ministry. And if we go to sports ministry take our issues, they say, sorry, I mean, these are not our issues. Go to education ministry or go to health ministry or go to tourism ministry. That's the dilemma where we are living. So first thing and what first approach is to at least address this basic question, what exactly we are trying to do. And within sports also, if you see the difference, there is a solid difference. There are sports, there are also adventure sports. Sports are under sports, but adventure sports are not under sports. And that is why you see, our organization's name is Sports and Recreation. So recreation is a very, very wide, subject and topic. That's the second dilemma. Third dilemma, we are talking about sports. We have been talking and we will be talking. But tell me, I am sure you must be all aware, in India, there is no sports industry. There is nothing called sports industry because it is not designated as sports. If anything, any sector which is not designated as sports, how we will get a benefit of those? So we cannot get any benefit from government until unless we declare it as industry. Then you will say, then question will be in your mind, how come everybody is talking about IPL as industry or, Jalandhar as industry or Meerut as industry or, those kind of things coming up? Unfortunately, those are not. In generic terms, yes, we are saying industry, but all benefits are not given in the category of sports. Those are given in the category of industry. Okay, then you will say, what is the difference between industry and sports industry? If we are getting benefits from the, directly or indirectly, then what is the wrong? What is wrong? I mean, there is nothing to ask that. So I would say if sports is declared as industry, there are clear-cut benefits. Today, you are all, I mean, I'm sure 95%, if not 99% of you, all must be thinking about jobs in some colleges or jobs in some schools or jobs in some, this thing. Beyond that, you are not thinking. I would just like to know, like, how many you are actually thinking about jobs after this your qualification. कितने ऐसे हैं जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाह रहे हैं और कितने ऐसे हैं जो जॉब कॉलेजेस अपने ढूंढना शुरू कर दिया होगा कि कौन से कॉलेज में जा सकते हैं, कैसे टीचर बनेंगे, कैसे करेंगे. कहने कोई हाथ खड़ा कर सकते हैं कि कितने जॉब देखने के लिए कर रहे हैं या कोई जॉब नहीं देख रहा? अगर जो जॉब नहीं देख रहे तो ओके, बहुत कम. इसका मतलब सारे के सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं. इज दिस, शुड आई टेक इट इन दैट वे कि आपको जॉब की जरूरत नहीं है? अगर जो ये ट्रेंड है, कुछ हंस रहे हैं, कुछ को क्वेश्चन नहीं आ रहा, तो मुझे लग रहा है वो वर्ड सुनाते हैं जो डॉक्टर हरीश जी ने बोला और कल्पना जी ने उसको सेकंड किया और बढ़ाया आगे, इज द मोटिवेशन, सेल्फ मोटिवेशन. If you are self motivated and if you agree, this is a very good sign. And I'm not saying this is the top sign, but this is the first step to get into entrepreneurship. कि at least you have started thinking about, आपने सोचना शुरू कर दिया कि मैं जॉब में क्यों जाऊं, मैं जॉब क्रिएटर क्यों ना बनूं. अब मैं आता हूं कुछ नंबर्स के बारे में. खाली नंबर्स, बड़े डिस्टिंग्विश नंबर्स हैं, डिफरेंट नंबर्स हैं, आपको अलग अलग जगह पर अलग अलग नंबर्स मिलेंगे. कल हम थोड़ा सा इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए नंबर्स की हम ढूंढ रहे थे. एक जगह देखा कि स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री इज ऑफ 14,000 करोड़. मैंने कहा ये हो ही नहीं सकता, स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्री जस्ट 14,000 करोड़. सो आई क्वेश्चन माय कलीग हु टुक आउट दिस फिगर्स बिकॉज आई नो इट. 11,000 करोड़ के तो हम खाली एक्सपोर्ट ही करते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट गुड्स को. तो हाउ कैन बी, तो इसका मतलब सारी की सारी इंडस्ट्री 3,000 करोड़ की है. इट कैन नॉट बी पॉसिबल. फिर मैंने दूसरे फिगर निकाली, कहीं से देखा, एक मिनट की रिपोर्ट आई हुई. मिंट की रिपोर्ट के अंदर बताया वर्ल्ड ओवर इट इज 100 बिलियन डॉलर इंडस्ट्री बाय 2027 and R is as of now 2 billion and we are by 2027 we will be 27 billion dollar industry in India, sports industry. ये कुछ लगा, कुछ ऐसा भी लगता है कि अरे क्या बात कर रहे हैं, 27 बिलियन इंडस्ट्री by 2027 नॉट अचीवेबल. अब आ जाऊं मैं दूसरे फिगर पर. हमारे यहां पर जो नौकरी मिल रही है, आप लोगों के लिए मैं बता रहा हूं, हमारे यहां पर अगर जो आप देखें एज ऑफ नाउ, if 100 kids are coming out, if 100 professionals are coming out from the institutions, from the college, from the universities and from SCI, only 50%, 15%, 1 और 5, 15% को इंडस्ट्री एब्जॉर्ब कर रही है. 85% are not getting into sports. They are joining some other streams. इसका मतलब क्या है कि आप पढ़ रहे हैं, आप आते हैं, बाहर निकलते हैं, उसके बाद जॉब नहीं मिलती. एक तो ये है सिनारियो. दूसरा सिनारियो ये है कि हम कहते हैं कि हमें अगले 3 साल में 43 लाख प्रोफेशनल चाहिए इस एरिया में जो नौकरी करें. ये बड़ा कंफ्लिक्टिंग स्टेटमेंट लगते हैं कि एक तरफ हमें 43 लाख की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ हमारे 15% ही एब्जॉर्ब हो रहे हैं. 15% का मतलब इस टाइम 40,000 प्रोफेशनल्स हैं जो हर साल निकलते हैं. 40,000 प्रोफेशनल्स जो जितनी सारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जितने बीपीएड और एमपीएड और उसके बाद पीएचडी करके और सारे के सारे निकल रहे हैं, उसमें से 40,000 में से खाली 15% ही एब्जॉर्ब हो रहे हैं. तो इसका मतलब क्या है, 85% नहीं एब्जॉर्ब हो रहे. क्यों नहीं हो रहे? अब यहां पर थोड़ा सा मैं अपने ऊपर करना चाहूंगा, इस इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर. ऐसा नहीं है कि जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, अपॉर्चुनिटी है. अच्छा, तो अपॉर्चुनिटी है, पर अपॉर्चुनिटी में प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है? क्वालिटी नहीं है, क्वालिटी नहीं आ रही. तो मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि क्योंकि हमारे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स बाहर से आ रहे हैं और उनको जॉब जल्दी मिल रही है और यहाँ पर नहीं मिल रही, तो हमें कहीं ना कहीं एक तो क्वालिटी का, दूसरा ये है कि क्वालिटी के साथ में हम अपने आप को मार्केट नहीं करते. तीसरा ये है कि हम अपने आप को जब जॉब के लिए कर तो रहे हैं, लेकिन जॉब के साथ में अगर जो हम सोचे कि नहीं मैं जॉब के लिए कर ही नहीं रहा, मैं अपनी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मुझे अपना करना है, तो अपना करना है तो उसके लिए किताबें पढ़ें, उसके लिए इंडस्ट्री को पढ़ें, जो कल्पना जी ने बताया अभी, डॉक्टर कल्पना ने बड़ा अच्छा कि सारी की सारी हमारे पास बहुत आज के दिन रिपोर्ट्स हैं जो कि 10 साल पहले नहीं थी. आज बहुत रिपोर्ट्स हैं जो सबने बनाई है. सुजीत जी सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल में है और सारी की सारी इतने जर्नल्स, इतने रिपोर्ट आ रही हैं जो बताते हैं. देयर आर ऑलमोस्ट 55 डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ skills which are needed in the industry as of now. But unfortunately, we are not getting right people. 55 of different kind of skills we need.
Rajpalji, may I request you to please sum up?
हाँ जी,
May I request you to please sum up?
अभी मैं थोड़ा सा एक एग्जांपल देता हूं जो मुझे खुद फील हुआ। अभी हम एक नेशनल लेवल पर 2 ड्राइव करने वाले हैं। 2 ड्राइव के अंदर एक कर रहे हैं कि हम नेशनल लेवल पर सारे के सारे जिम जो हैं उन सबका हम ऑडिट करने वाले हैं। जितने स्टेडियम और जितने स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उनका ऑडिट करने वाले हैं। कैन यू इमेजिन? आई एम स्ट्रगलिंग विद गेटिंग द राइट कैंडिडेट्स। मुझे दिल्ली में मिल रहे हैं, मुझे एनसीआर में मिल रहे हैं, मुझे बड़ी सिटीज में मिल रहे हैं, उनके पास लिस्ट आ गई है मेरे पास। पर जैसे ही मैं थोड़ा सा इंटीरियर्स में जाने की शुरू करता हूं, मुझे एक्सपर्ट नहीं मिल रहे, मुझे फिजिकल एजुकेशन वाले भी नहीं मिल रहे। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप नए सिनारियोज को, नई इंडस्ट्री को देखें और उसके हिसाब से करें। और गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा बस ये है कि एक तो इंडस्ट्री स्टेटस इसको डिक्लेयर करें, जिससे कि हमारे नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आए तो उनको लोन मिल सके इंडस्ट्री के लिए, क्योंकि नहीं तो अगर जो इंडस्ट्री स्टेटस नहीं मिलेगा तो लोन नहीं मिलेगा आपको। इसमें पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में जो बहुत सारे फंक्शंस है वो नहीं हो सकते जब तक इंडस्ट्री स्टेटस नहीं होगा, उसको डिक्लेयर ना करें। जब तक आईपीज आपके रजिस्टर नहीं होते, जब तक कि एक इंडस्ट्री का हम बता सकें, नहीं तो दूसरी तरह होता है। उसके अलावा जो बहुत सारे ऐसे इनिशिएटिव हैं जो बिना पॉलिसी के, और आई वुड से कि इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ पॉलिसी वी आर हैंडीकैप्ड फॉर दिस। तो टाइम का मुझे 2-3 बार इंडिकेशन दे गया मुझे। एनीवे, सो दीज आर द थिंग्स। थैंक यू सो मच। एनी क्वेश्चन, आई एम अवेलेबल, आई विल बी देयर। Thank you.
Thank you, Rajpalji. Indeed, it is interesting always to listen you, but keeping the constraints, I'll move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Sujit Panigrahi, CEO, Sequa Fitness and Sports Technology. And I look forward to hearing from Sujit ji a lot on the innovation and a lot on how new things can be ventured into sports. And it's always a pleasure to listen to you. I'm sure it will be benefited to our students also. Thank you, Sujit. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And good afternoon, all of you. सबसे पहले थोड़ा माफी चाहूंगा कि मैं हेलो रुक जाऊं, ठीक है? सॉरी, थोड़ा लंबा हो गया। अच्छा, सो वो कहते हैं वन साइज डजंट फिट ऑल, तो ये वाली है। तो सबसे पहले एक्चुअली मेरे पास मलिका जी ने चॉइस दिया था, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा लेट हो रहा था, कि आप ऑनलाइन भी कर सकते हैं। तो लेकिन जो आपसे मिलने का जो मौका मिलेगा वो ऑनलाइन में नहीं हो सकता। सो ऑनलाइन इज बेसिकली ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे कोविड टाइम था। And since we're talking about physical education and sports, it has to be all physical. It's nice to see all of you. तो आप में से कितने लोग entrepreneur बनना चाहते हैं? Any of you? Yeah, one. Any of you want? Yeah. Okay, I would love to see more hands actually being raised, because the topic that I'm going to talk about is about, yeah, nice. So what do you want to do? क्या करना चाहते हो? So what are your ideas? So what are the top 3 ideas? Gym chain. Yes. Okay. Football industry. Yes. So 2 things. You said multiple. So that takes me back to my college days. So वहाँ पे 2 से ऊपर जो भी नंबर होता है उसका 1000 बोलते थे. So you have 1000 ideas. What do you want to do?
I would explore the schools of Greater Noida and have to check all the sports facilities so that we can work on the particular children, so that the next generation should be available with all the sports facilities, so we can create some community like concept and.
So you want to build communities around, yeah, very good. Anyone else? Okay. So these are very good things. So someone wants to work in football, someone wants to build community. He also has idea about gym. So राजपाल जी ने बहुत अच्छी चीज बताया कि जो statistics. So कहते हैं कि if you cannot convince, confuse. So जो statistics होता है is basically to confuse. So even I was trying to look up on numbers. कि whether it is 14,000, whether it is 6.7 billion. Some one report says 27 billion in 2020 and 100 billion in 2027. So these are all numbers, doesn't matter. See, as entrepreneurs, we all add up to those numbers. कहते छोटे छोटे बूंद से समंदर बनता है. So as entrepreneurs, we are only going to add to those numbers. So I would like to see more such ideas being actually implemented on the ground. And as I remember, ma'am was actually chairing many years back, I think 2014. Someone asked me in the audience, Sujit, and he was probably feeling a little bit threatened or intimidated. He said, कि आप जैसे लोग क्यों आ रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स में, हमें करना चाहिए. आप तो इंजीनियर हैं, तो आप स्पोर्ट्स में क्यों आ रहे हैं, हम स्पोर्ट्स के हैं, हमें करना चाहिए. But just to give you a context, कि sports is no more only about sports. Sports is about technology. Sports is about broadcasting. Sports is about media. Sports is a whole lot of things. So let's look at some of the companies. Let's look at Procam. Procam के बारे में सुना कुछ लोग आपने? Procam basically organizes marathons across India. Let's look at EduSports. EduSports works in the same space as us, which is basically about physical education, sports in schools. Let's look at all the leagues: IPL, ISL, Premier Kabaddi League, the Premier Pro Volleyball League, all of them. Let's look at the star sports. में क्या-क्या Kabaddi was something which was not very exciting, right? Traditional games. So star sports actually picked up Kabaddi as an idea, and Kabaddi has become such a big industry right now. Okay. If you look at the overall industry in terms of sponsorship, cricket gets 85%. Football, Kabaddi, marathon get more than 10%. So it's a very, very large number in terms of the sponsorship. So if you have an idea around, let's say, Kabaddi, you can always make it large. Look at Goki. Goki is a technology company. Basically, it's a fitness company which actually has an app, and you can actually have the Goki app. He talked about life coaches. So you have life coaches, you have mentors, you have different packages for nutrition, lifestyle, and all of that. So if you have ideas around all of them, you can actually do all of that. Then there is Decathlon. Hi. We worked Sakya, right? Hi. Decathlon. So Decathlon, everyone knows about Decathlon, right? So look at the size. Look at who all they are catering to, right? From school children to adults to just about everyone. ICEIL, which is a brand around teaching. Right? So teaching also is a huge industry. Training is a huge industry. JSW, which is into training, specialized training. Dream 11, fantasy games. Sports Interactive, and organizations like us which actually work in the area of technology. Disney Star, right? Star Sports. So if you look at all of them, or if you look at specialized sports schools like the Delhi Sports School, RISE, all of them, and then there are organizations like Reliance Foundation. So if you look at any of them, all of them are organizations where it's an idea whose time has come, right? And all of them, they actually make profit. They also have systems where they use everything that you would do in a normal industry. Whether you get into apparel industry, whether you get into consumer electronics, whether you get into automobile. So all the functions exist in this industry, whether it is finance, HR, whether it is marketing, sales, training, everything that we talk about. So what we need to look at is that when you're looking at sports, look at it in two different ways. Can you make a livelihood out of sports? Yes, you can. Can you make it profitable? Yes, you can. Are these organizations very successful? Are they growing up? Yes, they are. Do all these organizations have their ups and downs? Yes, they have, right? It's very important that we have more ups than downs. So इसके लिए बहुत important है कि when we are building successful organizations, we need to have the right team. Okay, great. So when you are looking at building successful organizations, make sure that if there are 4 of you who are together, make sure that you decide who's going to be the CEO, who's going to be the CTO, who's going to be the HR head. So the role clarity in terms of building organization has to be there. आप चार लोग मिलके जब करते हैं, so make sure that you bring in complementary skills. And I want to tell you this little story that when we started out, I just want to acknowledge before all of you कि हम जब 2010 में start किया था organization, my background has been on the technology side. मैं 1995-96 में पास आउट हुआ था बिट्स पिलानी से, और मैंने अटलांटा ओलंपिक्स के लिए काम किया था, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में वाज हेड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. बट मेरे फिजिकल एजुकेशन स्पोर्ट्स में बैकग्राउंड डायरेक्टली था नहीं, राइट. तो मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था कि मुझे, बट ये बहुत बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी दिख रहा था उसमें कि 30 करोड़ बच्चे इंडिया में, अगर हम उनको फिट कर लें और स्पोर्ट्स की ट्रेनिंग दे दें, तो 30 करोड़ में से हम ऑटोमेटिकली जो चैंपियन हम ढूंढ रहे हैं ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएगा. 3 आउटकम्स: फिटनेस फॉर ऑल, making sure that every child gets to play 60 minutes per day, any sports, and the third thing is excellence as an outcome. जैसे मैथमेटिक्स, साइंस, इंग्लिश किसी भी सब्जेक्ट में होता है, अगर आप रोज पढ़ाई करोगे तो कोई ना कोई उसका ओलंपियाड में जाएगा एंड हाईएस्ट लेवल में जाएगा, इंटरनेशनली और नेशनली. सो दैट वाज अ ब्रॉड आइडिया कि हम 30 करोड़ बच्चों के लिए कैसे प्लान करें. एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू एक्नॉलेज कल्पना मैम, बिकॉज जब मैं 2010 में हमने स्टार्ट किया था, कल्पना मैम को जब ये आइडियाज बताए थे और IGI में 2 और प्रोफेसर उनको बताए थे, कल्पना मैम को बहुत अच्छा लगा था एंड शी एक्सटेंडेड ऑल हेल्प. उन्होंने अपने घर में मुझे खाना भी खिलाया सारे. मैं आपको, आई जस्ट वांट टू से थैंक यू मैम फॉर दिस थिंग, एंड दिस इज Amity is your place, but what you have done for us is incredible. So मैम ने, और जो एक्सपर्ट्स है, तो सबसे पहले आपको ये पता होना चाहिए आपको सब कुछ नहीं पता है. इफ यू आर एंटरप्रेन्योर, ये सबसे पहले रियलाइजेशन होना चाहिए कि आपकी नॉलेज बिल्कुल कुछ नहीं है, एंड यू नीड टू स्टे हंग्री एंड स्टे foolish, as Steve Jobs says. So make sure that you bring in the best people in this thing, learn from them, and you understand what you only need to do is to think large. as individual, आप सोचो कि मैं इसको पैन इंडिया कैसे करूँ, पूरे वर्ल्ड में कैसे लेके जाऊँ. सिंपल आइडिया कॉल्ड करिकुलम. क्या मैं करिकुलम को ऑल ओवर इंडिया में कर सकता हूँ? यूज टेक्नोलॉजी, यूज नेटवर्क्स, use alumni, build good relationship with people, and make sure कि आप don't quit. आप जो मुझे 2 आइडियाज बताए थे, मैं आपको ये बस एक सिंपल मैसेज है कि आपके पास बिजनेस प्लान होना चाहिए और प्लान बी नहीं होना चाहिए. Be very clear in your mind that you have B plan and not a plan B. So when you are thinking, think about one idea, execute it and execute well. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sujit ji. I think it's always enlightening to hear you. And students who had really raised कि वो कुछ करना चाहते हैं, so there's lot to interact and learn now. The ball is in your court now, I will say. Moving forward today, now we have Dr. Monica Diwan with us, and Monica Diwan is also not new to us. And I'm sure when you hear to her, she talks about a lot of educational solutions for us. But today, I think if she can go beyond her educational solutions and talk about social entrepreneurship, or maybe something like cultural context to the business for sport, I think it will be really good to hear you on that aspect. I'm sure you will integrate a few points on that too. So over to you, Dr. Monica.
Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, namaste to you, and thank you to everybody for organizing such a wonderful event, such a wonderful conference, and for inviting me over. And a brief introduction. I know Kalpana ma'am needs no introduction. She's touched everybody's lives here. Yeah, that's very important. She was my professor, my teacher when I was in college. So I just feel extremely honored to be here in this institute, which has been nurtured by Kalpana ma'am, and she's really brought up so many of us. So thank you very much, and a big round of applause for her, even though she's there. Talking about physical education, sports, entrepreneurship, right? We all feel, am I audible? आप सबको मैं सुनाई दे रही हूँ ठीक से? आपका loud enough, yeah? Okay. Everybody is from physical education and sports field. You're all studying into that field? Yes. Okay. Good, you're loud and clear. अच्छा लग रहा है सुन के. 1 मिनट के लिए eyes close करो, everyone, and be very honest. Close your eyes. Put your hand on your heart. अपने हाथ को अपने दिल पे रखना है. आंखें बंद करनी है. You can sit tall. Take a deep breath in. मैं एक ही क्वेश्चन पूछूंगी और उस क्वेश्चन का आंसर आप सबको बिल्कुल ऑनेस्टली देना है. कोई भी किसी को नहीं देख रहा, तो we can trust that you're all going to give me an honest answer. My question is, do you treat physical education at par with any other subject? That is math, English, physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, medicine, whatever. Please give me an honest answer. बिल्कुल झूठ नहीं होना चाहिए. एकदम सच्चे दिल से. Okay, God is watching you. Raise your hand. Keep your eyes closed. आंखें बंद रखनी है. सिर्फ अपना हाथ ऊपर करना है अगर आपका आंसर है कि हाँ, मैं फिजिकल एजुकेशन को इक्वल मानता हूँ या मानती हूँ. Okay, yes. Let's see. बिल्कुल honest. झूठ नहीं होना. Thank you. Put your hands down. Great. I so respect your honesty, everyone. आप लोग अब अपनी आंखें खोल सकते हैं. Thank you so much. It was nice to see many hands that went up. However, the truth is, not all hands went up. In this room, जहां हम सब इसी फील्ड के हैं, इसी प्रोफेशन के हैं, वहां भी 100% कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था कि सब कह सकें कि yeah, physical education is at par with any other subject. Okay, and this is the mindset. This is the attitude that we all have to change to begin with before talking about big things like entrepreneurship. Right? शुरुआत हमेशा छोटे उससे करनी चाहिए. वो छोटी शुरुआत क्या है? वो छोटी शुरुआत वही है जो कल्पना मैम ने बोली, सर ने बोली और वहां पे सुजीत सर ने. Right? And everybody has just said self-esteem. Keep yourself motivated. किस एंगल से कम है आप लोग किसी भी और दूसरे प्रोफेशनल से? किसी भी एंगल से कम नहीं है सिवाय यहाँ के. Okay? And the day you learn to control this, you will be able to handle everything. Challenges will be there, as sir said. सबकी लाइफ में ups and downs हैं और वो होने भी चाहिए. We don't want a straight line, right? ECG में straight line आ जाए. Is that good or bad? Bad, okay? So life में stability बहुत rare और बड़े later stage पे आती है. To begin with, when we are in this field, especially that you're studying, please value yourself. Okay? Why I am saying this is because I am from the field of physical education and sports, और मैंने bachelor's, master's इसी field में किया है. PhD इसी field में किया है. I cleared my UGC exam and joined as a lecturer at Delhi University, which most folks eventually, you know, if you want to end up into a teaching profession, this is really what you aim to do. कि bachelor's कर लो, master's कर लो, UGC करो, join करो university, and you're good to go, settle for life. But then my message to you is you have to come out of your comfort zone. अगर आप वहीं अटक गए तो वहीं लटक गए, right? थोड़ा सा risk life में लेना पड़ता है. I took that risk. I left lecturership position from Delhi University and I joined American Embassy School. Again, I faced a lot of resistance कि कौन lecturer का job छोड़ के school में teacher का job join करता है. But I never regretted it. There was so much of professional development. 25 साल मैंने American school में job किया. उसके बाद उस सनक तो थी दिमाग में कि कुछ अपना करना है, right? तो उसके लिए I began with entrepreneurship. कि अपना करना है. अपने में वो इतने ख्वाब होते हैं ना कि I really give you that message, dream big, right? It's not easy, but आपको बड़े-बड़े सपने तो देखने हैं and then work for those सपनास. You don't have to sit down like मुंगेरी लाल कि बस बैठ के हसीन सपने देखने हैं and you'll achieve it. Will that happen? नहीं ना, वो होगा तो नहीं. तो उसके लिए you really have to work hard and I decided to quit an international educator's job which was really high profile
I was getting to visit international places literally all over the world every year, presenting at a conference, attending the conference. पर मैंने ये सोचा कि ये सब मैंने 25 साल कर लिया है, and now I wanted to just share my learning. I still feel learning never ends, no matter how old you become. मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है अमेरिकन स्कूल में. मेरे डायरेक्टर्स जो आते थे, some of them were 85-year-old, right? इंडिया में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, 60 साल 65 साल के हुए and we go for retirement. वहां पर 85 साल का बंदा स्कूल में डायरेक्टर की पोस्ट ज्वाइन करता है. Can you imagine? Right? So one has to continue to learn. But the moment I went into entrepreneurship, what happened? I bought an office space, I created a training center, I was having more vast dreams. But Mr. COVID happened, right? COVID gave us all a big setback. Eventually, giving up should never be a choice. Do you agree? Yes, giving up, is that a choice? नहीं. Especially physical education, sports वाले candidates के लिए तो हो ही नहीं सकता ना. We are resilient, we are bound to be good decision makers and move on in life. So I decided, ठीक है, COVID हो गया है, so no worries, let's move on with other things. So I entered into trainings, and that's exactly where I learned so much that training is such a big industry. हमारे सारे schools में physical education, sports coaches होते हैं, teachers होते हैं, but do they value themselves? Sorry to say, no, they don't. They're treated as disciplined folks, they're treated as XYZ job people, but not really as teachers. And that's what I began working on. I've been giving trainings to various schools. I've been on their consultant and advisory boards. Now, my message to you all is, gold is everywhere. ठीक है, सोना हर जगह मिलेगा. आप कैसे ढूंढ रहे हो उसको और कैसे आगे उसको वैल्यू करोगे. The world now is going to just be technology driven. Physical education, sports अकेले काम नहीं कर सकता. It will have to be integrated with technology. All of us know those smart devices that we use these days. Trainings में सब में वो बहुत काम आते हैं. आपको किस niche area में आपका क्या passion है, वो identify करके अपना entrepreneurship vision plan करना है. So smart planning will definitely help each one of you. Right? There are a lot of companies which are already doing it. So don't be hesitant कि ये idea किसी ने ले लिया है. Every idea can be better. Right? Always, as sir said, have a plan. Don't have a plan B is what he said. But I will just add a little and diversify that a little more. That you never know what life might bring in front of you. So please do have a backup plan.
Monica, may I request you to wind up, please?
Yes.
Very.
एक बैकअप प्लान रखना जरूरी रहता है और ये याद रखना, each one of us is a piece of the puzzle. Every piece is very very important. वो puzzle आपके piece के बिना incomplete रहेगी. तो अपने आप को कम नहीं समझना, अपने आप को ये नहीं समझना कि मेरे में ये चीज की कमी है. जो कमी है आइडेंटिफाई करो, try to rectify it, improve yourself, but do value yourself. अपने आप में believe करना बहुत 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 जरूरी है. Okay, with this I'm going to stop and wish each one of you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. Indeed, it was interesting learning experiences which you shared of your own life experiences, I'll say. They'll go a long, long way. With this, I also invite Shantanu Ji, founder and CEO, Jovin Sport FC Noida. I hope, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're right.
Great. So I just wanted to say that normally the last speaker really gets little time, but Shantanu, I'm glad to tell you that you will have 8 minutes exactly full to speak.
I'll try.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for that.
Audible? Okay. Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone. Happy Hindi Divas. I'll start from entrepreneurship. सपने देखा करो और देखना है तो बड़े देखा करो, नहीं तो मत देखो. Simple as that. Am I audible from here? Great.
So a lot of knowledge being shared by the previous speakers. They're all experienced individuals from the industry. And I have been here before. I've given some of my knowledge earlier in MBA and other programs as well. But I am again grateful for this opportunity to, share my insights with you. You are the future of the country. So, Abhi jab Sujit sir, when he asked who are the aspiring entrepreneurs here, so we had two people. That was Dhruv and there was another person I don't know. So that actually gave a very practical situation, a very practical reality ki hota kya. Entrepreneurship is something very painful. I'll be very honest with you. The good thing is that there are two entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs here. So they are the job providers. And then you have the rest of the batch which is here, who are the job seekers. So there's a very good equilibrium which exists. And this is the practical reality of things. Entrepreneurship. It involves a lot of psychological pain. I'll be very honest with you from what I've gone through over the last 6-7 years. I'll give you an example. I don't know how many of you know about FC Noida or my parent company, Hogan Sports. After being in 6 years of entrepreneurship, I'm just giving an example. 4 दिन पहले, I mean, I'm telling you the reality of entrepreneurship. 4 दिन पहले, for 5 minutes, I had to be a valet. मुझे अपने एक कस्टमर की गाड़ी उठा के कहीं और पार्क करनी पड़ी थी, being the owner of the organization. I had to do that. If you're willing to do that, then go for entrepreneurship. Because believe me, you'll have to do such things which you'll never imagine. And if you're willing to take that up, then pursue entrepreneurship. Otherwise, it's not everyone's cup of tea, and it's okay. Every organization has someone who is the leader, and every organization has someone who is the person who gets the job done. So this is what I wanted to open my keynote on this topic. Now let's add some context to the conversation. So जैसे Colonel sir ने he talked about the size of the industry, the sports industry in India. So the numbers were what he said. उसमें थोड़ा सा correction था. So by 2020, the Indian sports industry was $27 billion, and by 27, it's projected to be $100 billion just for the Indian sports industry. And the global industry we are talking is $600 billion. Of course, these are numbers, but let me bifurcate it for you a bit further. Indian sports industry को लेके अभी $27 billion को लेके उसमें से $14 billion is just sports apparel. Sports apparel, just sports apparel, the clothing. Then, if we talk about the 1/6 of it, 1/6 of it is manufacturing with respect to sports goods. So, आपका 27 billion में से already almost 18 billion जा चुका है. What industry you guys would be catering primarily if we talk about the courses you guys are pursuing? So it has only to do with we are talking about the service sector primarily. So you guys would be catering to the say 1/4 probably. So just to give you numbers. So now getting more focused towards what you guys are studying. There's a very good role model. By the way, all the names which I take here, I'm not endorsing anyone. It's just that the names I know. There's a very good role model from your own university. How many of you know Power of Basics? I think Mr. Pushpendra, he is an alumni of Amity. Right? POB, Power of Basics, yes. So you guys already have a role model within your university who has done your course and is already working with ICEIL clubs and I-League clubs. I mean, he's catering to that. He learned from here and he's doing that. Now, how many footballers are here? Nice. So how many of you know Vitor Frade or the concept of periodization? Periodization has changed the footballing landscape of the world over the last decade. And do you know who created or who came up with the concept? It was in the University of Porto in Portugal. And it was done in sports sciences. It was not some coach who did it, of course. It was done in the sports science R&D. So these are the, I believe, avenues which you guys can pursue where in order to take Indian sports ahead, there's a lot of R&D that needs to be done, research and development. India only invests 0.8% of their GDP in R&D. I'm just talking about all the industries, forget sports industry. So imagine how much scope or how much opportunity is available for you guys. I mean, all the courses, all the avenues which they mentioned, nutrition, physiotherapy, medicine, आप लोगों को ये सब पता है. But the thing is that you need to explore all these things. And believe me, in order to create something of your own, having a basic knowledge of that stream is enough. There's so many people with whom you can collaborate in order to do what you want to do. Now, I'll just quickly give simple points on what was the theme of the whole event, which had to do with the trends which are coming up. The trends which are coming up globally, and then I'll just focus on Indian sporting landscape. We're talking about women participation has come up big time. We're talking about esports, which has come up big time. We're talking about technology like Mr. Pangaria, who have been working with Fitness 365 at schools. That is done through technology. So there are a lot of things that are coming up, but we also need to understand कि जो generally trend क्या होता है, जो global होता है. But does Indian landscape really need that? Because something that is happening outside, say in the US or somewhere, doesn't mean we need it right now. We need to have a very realistic approach to things कि Indian sporting industry में क्या जरूरत है. I'll give you some examples. Just simple examples. Apparel mein you have so many brands, like I just mentioned. It's a how much $14 billion industry. Imagine you can exploit that potential by coming up with local brands. You can come up with athleisure brands. There's a brand called Kaikor Kika. I think there's a lady by the name of Anisha. She came up with that. I think it's competing with the Decathlons and Nikes and Adidas. And she's someone from NCR itself. So imagine how much potential you guys have. You can explore all that. You have stadium management or security staffing. जैसे आप लोग जब भी IPL, ICEIL कोई भी event के लिए जाते हो, so who is the organization which is taking care of the safety of the whole stadium? It's generally the law enforcement, that is the police, or a local company which provides bouncers. So imagine उसको professionalize करने में कितना पैसा. I mean, events, it's multi-billion-dollar business at the end of the day. There's so much scope. Sports apparels, staffing, security, then technology. I mean, you guys know the platforms of Huddle, the platforms of Fit. So India actually needs broad basing of the sport right now. We need to increase participation in every sport. That is when we'll have more demand that is being created in schools, where schools will take it more seriously. That इतने parents को चाहिए कि यार हमारे बच्चों को एक professional training चाहिए. So that's when the schools will get more serious. Then they'll try to hire you further. It will get more competitive. I mean, there's a trickle down effect throughout every sector of the sports industry. So on this note, I mean, there are other points as well, which I'll address later on. I believe I'm running out of time. So yeah, I believe with this, I would like to conclude that very simple thing. I did my BCom from Delhi University. And believe me, मेरे को अपने BCom का advertising के अलावा कुछ याद नहीं है. But still, I managed to reach here. So I'm not, I mean, putting down any of the courses, but you guys can always explore. There needs to be a will where you're willing to go that extra mile. And believe me, you can achieve what you want. But uske liye you have to back it up with effort. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandanadi. With this, as a session chair, all the speakers have already given their thoughts. I give it back to the moderator, Professor Harish Ji.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. And always we just give you a call and you are present. So we are highly privileged that we have our guardian also, and because still I need your guidance sometime. So that's why we in future also we would be having your presence in a physical mode also, and definitely this ICIL would be very much fruitful to we people and to the students and to the other also. And we have enjoyed this session, and not only this session but the morning session also we have had. And after this also we will be having another session. So we are continuously and day and night during Sangathan and during this ICL means we can say, but we are enjoying. We are enjoying. So this is from my side, and definitely you have decorated the entire conference. We needs your support in future also. Thank you.
Thank you, Arishi. Thank you all. And bye-bye to all.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us and leading the show. Now it's time to engage the attentive audience. If you have any questions, you can come up, a brief 2-minute question Q&A session. Any student? We have eminent personality here. You can ask and seek queries and can take some ideas also.
अंकल जी आप भी आ जाइए, सभी आ जाइए.
No questions? Okay, let's just proceed. As we near the conclusion of the enlightening session, we have a special moment to celebrate and express our gratitude to our distinguished speakers. We will be presenting mementos to them as a token of our appreciation and their valuable contribution to our conference. First, to do the honor, I would like to invite Harish sir to felicitate Rajpal sir as a token, and also Rajesh sir. Dr. Rajesh Thota sir. Ashwini sir, please felicitate Dr. Monica Diwan. Thank you. Sujit sir. Pankaj sir. Thank you, sir. Pankaj sir, please felicitate Dr. Monica Diwan ma'am. Prakhar sir, Pushpendra sir, Anulekha ma'am, Karina. Please come. Thank you, ma'am. Shantanu sir. Anulekha ma'am and Karima ma'am, please come ahead. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Thank you all the esteemed personality. Now, as we draw to the curtain to today's insightful conference, we'll come to a conclusion and we'll provide a conceived and informative summary of today's session. Now, I call upon my esteemed coordinator, Dr. Malika Sharma ma'am, to give the insight of today's summary. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonika. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants and very distinguished guests present here. I stand before you to sum up our enriching conference session on emerging trends in sports and fitness entrepreneurship endeavors in growth of sports industry. Our discussions have illuminated the fact that the sports and fitness industry is not merely about games and workouts. It is a dynamic ecosystem driven by the innovation, technology, and visionary entrepreneurship. Today, I want to distill the key points take away from this session, and from the collective wisdoms of the experts that are present here, I have taken out certain key ways. First of all, I would like to mention here the innovation and technology are the game changer. Inclusivity and diversity is required. Sustainability and health is mandate. Health, fitness, recreation are not separate entity from the sports. It is an interdisciplinary field waiting to be tapped. We need to think about it. Being an entrepreneur is not sitting in an AC offices and watching TV. It is about being a real executor and doing each and everything which is possible to make it successful. Sports science is the future of the sports. Now, as we conclude this session, I would like to express my gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir, and our very honored Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Barvinder Shukla, Ma'am, for continuously motivating us and keeping us on toes to conduct such important conferences and sessions. I would like to immensely thank all our esteemed speakers, Professor Dr. Kalpana Sharma, Ma'am, Lieutenant Colonel Rajpal Singh, Sir, Mr. Sujit Panigri, Sir, Dr. Monica Devan, and Mr. Shantanu, for your insightful, experienced, and passionate, enriching words and insights that you have shared. Thank you so much. It was an honor listening to you all. My heartiest thanks also goes to Professor Harish Kumar Tyagi, Sir, Dr. Rajesh Thota, Dr. Sonika Gill, and all the SPS faculty members for making this session so wonderful and happening. I also thank all the participants for being so patient and listening to the sessions carefully. And before I sum up, I would like to mention here, let us leave this conference with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. Whether you are an aspiring entrepreneur, a seasoned professional, or a sports enthusiast, remember that sports and fitness industry is a canvas where you can draw a lot, where you can draw your future and your careers so beautifully. There are a lot of opportunity and realism is available here. Think about it. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Is it okay now? To achieve the desired goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have to evolve the pedagogies in the classrooms at school as well as higher education level. To ensure a more employment-driven education, pedagogies must evolve to make education more experiential, holistic, integrated, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and of course, enjoyable for the students. The National Education Policy 2020 also emphasizes on multi-dimensional curriculum, character development, provision for preferential employment, and creating greater opportunities for employment. It also visions at the developing complexes where we can mentor our budding entrepreneurs. To navigate the participants in discovering the insights and unleashing breakthroughs, ideas, innovations, and leveraging entrepreneurial and innovation opportunities in various sectors. The theme of the session for today was decided to be education for employability, building entrepreneurial culture. We are very fortunate to have with us Mr. S.B. Sareen, who has joined us online. He is the chair for the session. Sir was former director, Department of Projects, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Ahmedabad. A textile technologist, management professional, educator, and trainer in entrepreneurship with 43 years of experience in industry, consultancy, academia, and training at national and international levels. Sir has joined us through online mode. We can all, see him on the screen. Thank you so much, sir, and a very warm welcome to you for joining us. We are also delighted to have with us expert panelists from various domains of entrepreneurship. I take the privilege to introduce the panelists. We have Professor Ashish Dhaya, Director, Center for Life Skills, MD University. Namaskar, sir. He has served as a member of numerous expert committees for both UGC and AICTE. Additionally, he has received the prestigious Gem of Hospitality Award from HNB Garhwal Central University. Furthermore, he holds a position of Joint Secretary at the Indian Hospitality Congress and is a dedicated life member of both the Indian Society for Technical Education and the Indian Tourism Congress. We also have with us, thank you so much, sir, and a very warm welcome to you. We also have with us Dr. Sapna Yadav, Project Director, Entrepreneurship Mindset Curriculum. She has framed, curriculum for the students for entrepreneurship and has received recognition for her outstanding contributions, including the State Teacher Educator Award for Delhi, the Woman of the Decade Award presented by the Women Economic Forum, and the International Educational Excellence Award for 2022 at the Indo-Lanka Education Summit. Thank you so much for joining us, and I have been talking to her. She has wonderful experiences with her, and definitely it's really going to be very, very helpful to all the students present here. We also have Mr. Rohit Karnatak with us, a highly experienced vice president at Pinkerton, India, with a 25 years, more than 25 years of track record spanning general management, operations, business development, and client relations. He is a risk management specialist who has driven transformative initiatives in consulting, risk advisory, security management, and background verification. Under his leadership, Pinkerton, India expanded into emerging markets domestically and internationally, aligned with global screening offerings and risk security services. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We also have with us Dr. Surabhi Gupta. She is working as a senior manager at Startup India, a flagship initiative of the Government of India, launched by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in January 2016. The initiative is intended to build a strong ecosystem for nurturing innovation and startups in the country. It operates under the aegis of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and is housed under Invest India. Surabhi has been working in the policy domain for the last 8 years, and her current position, she looks into student entrepreneurship, global strategy, and government relations. So very nice experiences all the panelists would be sharing with us. Thank you all the panelists for joining us. And we look forward to have a very brainstorming session here on the theme. Now I invite a respected session chair to commence the session with his thoughts, and definitely will take the session further. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, madam. And before I start sharing some of my thoughts and views on the subject, let me take this opportunity to convey my sincere thanks, gratitude, and compliments to Amity University for organizing very successfully the 5th International Conference. And I've been connected with Amity University for the last so many years. And I really appreciate from the core of my heart the kind of the encouragement they are giving to the students to become entrepreneurs, the kind of planned interventions they undertake to promote and strengthen entrepreneurship within the institutions. I must say that like the Amity University is one of the very few universities and the institutions which have institutionalized the entire process of promoting and strengthening entrepreneurship. Well, I know personally Dr. Balwinder Shukla Madam, the Vice Chancellor, because the kind of initiatives she has taken, and I'm sure under her leadership, Amity University will grow by leaps and bounds. Well, with this, the theme chosen for this international conference is wonderful, because we all know that how important entrepreneurship is in today's scenario. And that too, when we talk about entrepreneurship education, that becomes more important. Because ultimately today, when we look around, I think what we need to have is, we need to have knowledge-based, innovative, technology-led enterprises. You know, like if we want to achieve, you know, like the double-digit growth and the kind of targets the country has set for itself, you know, becoming the third largest economy in the world, and very soon we will be achieving that. I think for that we need to have a qualitative, innovative entrepreneurs, those who bring a lot of innovations with them, those who bring a lot of innovative ideas and projects with them. Well, you know, like this is a time where, you know, like we need to think about those kind of projects, because these are the projects which really take your country from one level to another level. And if our target is to go for innovation-based enterprises or the technology-led enterprises, then I think academic institutions are the best source of, like having, promoting entrepreneurship. Because institutions of higher learning, now there the students, when they come out with their own ideas. They have a lot of the skills with them. They have a lot of entrepreneurial ideas with them. So like they are all motivated to go for innovative projects, because all said and done, if we talk about I see like the technical institutions, the students are studying various streams of engineering, so to say. We all know that, you see, like the last semester, they all need to go for their projects. What happens, you see, like when the students, when they go for the defense, the viva is over, the degrees are earned, they move out. Most of the projects on which they have worked very hard remain on the shelf. The whole idea is, like if we can, convert majority of these students into entrepreneurs, the purpose is achieved. Because if we talk about employability, I think entrepreneurship is one of the tried and tested ways, tried and tested model to create employment opportunities for large number of unemployed youth we have in the country. See, all said and done, the kind of unemployed youth we have in this country, government alone cannot provide job or wage opportunities for every single unemployed youth we have in the country. And I think there, the role of entrepreneurship becomes very, very important, because not only, they contribute to the GDP of the country, not only they contribute towards the economic development of the country, I think they also address, the serious issue of unemployment, because every single enterprise provides opportunities to employ 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 persons. It all depends upon the scale on which we start. And these are the enterprises which are scalable. So therefore, entrepreneurship always help us in creating large number of employment opportunities and contribute directly to the economic and industrial development of our country. I think if we look at, like the kind of focus is being given, the kind of emphasis is being given, not only by the government, but the academic institutions as well. See, the large number of, or the variety of mechanisms have been introduced, like within the institutions of higher learning. See, for example, we all know that many of the institutions, many of the universities, now we have TBIs. TBIs is what is the technology business incubators. We have accelerators. We have IEDCs, that is institutions, like the innovative entrepreneurship development centers. We have center of excellencies. So these are many of the mechanisms, a variety of mechanisms which have been supported by the government, various ministries, whether it is Department of Science and Technology, whether it is a DBT, whether it is BIRAC, whether it is Autonomous Innovation Mission, whether it is Ministry of Rural Development, whether it is MSME. So all these line ministries are supporting entrepreneurship in a big way. Because the whole idea is to take like a country from one level to another level. And as a result of all these interventions, look at, you see, like the kind of startups we had just a decade before. If we look at the statistics in 2014, how many startups we had in the country? Just 350, close to that. Okay, so from 350, and if we look at today's scenario, the number of startups we have, that is almost close to 100,000. 100,000. So that means, like 350 to 100,000 startups within a span of just 9 or 10 years. This has happened mainly because of the government support, government's interventions, and the interest of the host institutions. So when I say interest of the host institutions, that means universities and academic institutions, because ultimately we need to change the mindset of many of the youths, like the students, like today they are studying various streams, because as I said earlier, they have a lot of ideas, they have a lot of information with them, they have a lot of skills, and we need to convert their ideas into action. We need to help them utilizing their skills to become entrepreneurs. So, see, like, and again, see, like today, we also, like we are talking about the unicorns. See, like earlier, we never heard about unicorns. So today we have 100 unicorns in the country. Now, these are the statistics have taken place mainly because of the entrepreneurship, which has been introduced into the education system. Like top-notch institutions, whether they are the B schools or the technology institutions, they offer entrepreneurship as a subject, or maybe, like as a module. Most of the academic institutions, like they are facilitating their students in learning more about entrepreneurship in some way or the other. See, like the country has all set to become, as I said, the third largest economy by maybe 2027, and wherein we are also expecting that, like we will become 5 trillion economy. So that means maybe very soon we will also have, the 250 unicorns and 200,000 startups. Now, this will be achieved only by the active contribution, active involvement of today's youth. Because I think one of the major reasons for our students to think about becoming entrepreneurs is mainly, you see, like when they become entrepreneurs, see, like they become job providers, not the job seekers. Because there are millions of students already in the queue, which is a never-ending process. Like looking for wage employment or the job opportunities. So now why to think about, like going there and standing there in that queue? Maybe why don't we think about, becoming entrepreneurs? Because I always say that entrepreneurs are the nation builders, like, well, if any country need to become a self-reliant, self-sufficient, strong economy, we need all kind of, we need all kind of professionals. Like we need researchers, academicians, engineers, technocrats, chartered accountants, like the medicine practitioners, everything. But in addition to that, we also need entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs, they contribute to the economic development, industrial development of this country. And when we talk about industrial development and economic development goes hand in hand. And as they are I say that the students, today's youth, they are the nation builder. Like if they, and we need lot many entrepreneurs, to convert our ideas into action. That whatever goals the country has set, I think, the entrepreneurs play very, very important role in achieving those success. Well, I'm so happy that we have wonderful 5 speakers with us today. And I'm sure today's deliberations will give a lot of insight, like to the policymakers, to the academic institutions, to the academia, and also to the students, those who are present today. And the takeaway will be let us, become entrepreneurs. Well, with this, may I request the organizers to please proceed with the proceedings as planned for the session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Very rightly said, entrepreneurs are very, very important for any nation because they help in building the economy of the nation. Now, I would request Professor Ashish Dhaya, Director, Center for Life Skills, MD University, to come forward for the deliberations. So, please. Professor Ashish Dhaya. Sir, are you there online? So he was there, but maybe, some kind of disruption in the connectivity. So maybe I would request now Dr. Sapna Yadav to come forward to share her experiences.
Namaskar. I believe I'm audible as well as visible.
Okay. So Ashish, are you there? Can you hear me?
This is audible as well as visible. Dr. Rasna, can you please confirm?
Yes, Ashish, you can start with your presentation.
All right.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, SB Sareen sir, my panelists, members who are there online on the board, I can see Rohit ji and Mandeep Kaur ji, Akshita ji, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, I am Professor Ashish Dhaya, Director Hotel and Tourism Management and Director Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills at Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana. At the outset, I thank the leadership of MIT University for opening me here in this distinguished panel. And I appreciate Dr. Rasna Sehrawat for her consistent pursuance and keeping me updated about the progress. And I thank the chairman, sir, of Dr. S.G. Sareen, for making my life little easier, that he gave valuable insights on the topic, which is so apt in today's context. Sir, kindly allow me to share my inputs on what I intend to share when it comes to today's theme on education for employability, building entrepreneurship culture. Well, when we talk about entrepreneurship, let's first think about that. What is the importance of entrepreneurship culture? With the insights of Sareen Sahab, I think it is pivotal that we need to foster an entrepreneurship culture. And it is paramount in today's economy. It cultivates a mindset of innovation, risk-taking, and adaptability. It is quintessential for economic growth and competitiveness. It also enhances a nation's ability to navigate rapidly changing business landscapes, fostering resilience. In an era marked by technological disruptions and the global challenges, promoting entrepreneurship culture is a strategic imperative for nations aiming to thrive in excellence. So I compliment MIT University, Uttar Pradesh for thinking about this topic and roping in audience as well as experts in this domain. Let's talk about it. How do we define entrepreneurship culture? Friends, entrepreneurship culture encompasses of a societal environment that champions creativity, risk-taking, and innovation. It is a collective mindset that encourages individuals to identify opportunities, envision solutions, and take calculated risks. This culture celebrates failure as a stepping stone to success and fosters a willingness to learn from mistakes. I was anxiously listening to the speakers in this as well as the prior session. And many of the successful entrepreneurs were sharing their experiences, that what it leads to be an entrepreneur and how that culture impacts. It is high time that institutions like NEP and other higher institutions should think about defining and promoting this entrepreneurship culture. It values autonomy and self-determination. It promotes self-starting ventures. It not only drives economic growth, but also inspires individuals to challenge the status quo, ultimately shaping a society that's more adaptive, innovative, and responsive in evolving challenges and opportunities. Now let's talk about that. What is the role of education? How we as institutions can play a pivotal role in shaping individuals with an entrepreneurial mindset. Friends, education serves as a cornerstone in shaping individuals with an entrepreneurial mindset. Fosters qualities essential for success in the business world. It provides the knowledge and skills necessary for identifying opportunities, creating innovative solutions, and effectively managing resources. Moreover, education instills a sense of curiosity, adaptability, and resilience, enabling individuals to confront challenges and learn from failure. Beyond practical skills, it nurtures critical thinking and problem-solving abilities, honing the capacity to analyze complex situations and make informed decisions. In essence, education is the bedrock upon which an entrepreneur's spirit can flourish, driving innovation and economic growth. Such types of seminars, conferences, and workshops indeed instills that essence amongst the youth to excel into entrepreneurship. We need to introduce entrepreneurship education at an early age and is transformative approach that plants the seed of entrepreneurial thinking in young minds. If you look towards the National Education Policy 2020, it aptly fosters entrepreneurship into the young age. Friends, early education focuses on instilling creativity and a proactive mindset, nurturing skills like problem solving and teamwork. It equips future generations with the confidence to envision and pursue their ventures, ultimately preparing them to thrive in an ever-evolving global economy. Thus, higher education has a much pivotal role here, that after early education, when the youth moves ahead, higher education plays a pivotal role in promoting entrepreneurship, maybe by offering specialized courses and programs, giving orientation and an environment for youth to excel. These educational initiatives provide aspiring entrepreneurs with a comprehensive and understanding of business principles, strategies, and real-world challenges. This supportive environment by universities and higher education institutions can enable students to incubate and launch their startups, contributing to economic growth and innovation while nurturing a new generation of business leaders and innovators. It is more important to emphasize on practical learning. Practicals and hands-on learning experiences are the lifeblood of entrepreneurship education. They bridge the gap between the theory and practice, equipping aspiring entrepreneurs with tangible skills and ability to apply knowledge to real-world situations. It is very, very important. Institutions rope in mentorship programs. I'm happy that universities like MIT University, my university, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, offers mentorship programs, which guides and fosters students for entrepreneurship. Mentorship programs are the cornerstone of entrepreneurship education, offering invaluable guidance and supports to students and aspiring entrepreneurs. Being an entrepreneur is not easy. There are a lot of challenges, right from getting an approval from the government or statutory body to management of funds and handling day-to-day operations. Mentors with their seasoned experience and insights can provide a crucial bridge between academic knowledge and practical application. They can offer personalized advice, share real-world anecdotes, and help mentees navigate challenges and make informed decisions. Moreover, mentoring will instill confidence and motivation, inspire students to pursue their entrepreneurial dreams. Rightly cited by Sarin Saab that you see the number of startups which had earlier and which India is witnessing now is a testimony to the efforts of the stakeholders as well as the policy of the government to promote entrepreneurship, to encourage entrepreneurship. Friends, we also need to think about collaboration with industry. We need to look at that how educational institutes can collaborate with industry partners to bridge the gap between academia and real world entrepreneurship. But without innovation, entrepreneurship cannot be successful. Thus, to promote startups and entrepreneurs, we need to promote innovation. We need to look forward that how educational institutions can encourage students to think creatively and develop innovative solutions. Perhaps apart from the technical domains, life skills education is quintessential here that can help the learners to excel in life, in entrepreneurship, as well as other spheres of life with a better or a great deal. It is also important to talk about entrepreneurial mindset with skill set when we talk about promoting entrepreneurship and education. Thus, it is important that at this stage, particularly in universities, we help the learners to develop an understanding and distinguish between entrepreneur mindset and practical skills that are needed to be a successful entrepreneur. Finally, we must help them to think and rethink and ask them to discuss about the global perspective in entrepreneurship education. Considering the interconnected world we live in, it is pivotal that global perspective is roped in right at this early stage. And as UN Sustainable Development Goal says, inclusive education is indeed important for making entrepreneurship accessible and inclusive for all learners. Lastly, we need to talk about how success can be achieved in entrepreneurship. How to measure that success? What should be the matrices that are included? And what are the startup success rates? It is also pivotal to let the young entrepreneurs know that there is no guarantee, rather more of a possibility that an enterprise is likely to fail. But then, if they are being tuned about in earlier, they are ready to accept the failures, restart, again restart till the time they achieve success. We also need to think, discuss, and brainstorm upon that what are the possible challenges and barriers which can be there in entrepreneurship. And educational institutes need to foster them in promoting entrepreneurship culture through their well-defined systems and incubation centers. Finally, let me conclude this my talk and discussion about sharing that entrepreneurship, startups, it has a future potential. There is a great future prospect in this, and entrepreneurship culture in education can impact employability and economic growth. It's high time we need to come out of the mindset that there are government jobs and education is only meant for city jobs. Let us create job providers rather than job seekers. And I think with such workshops, activities, and discussions, collectively, we can do so. So with this, I thank Sarin Saab for giving me time to share my views and opinions on this. If there are some questions, you can put them into the chat box. I would love to answer to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And it was wonderful, the words which you shared with all the students here, that the job seekers should become the job providers, right? So that is the crux of what he said. And thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and your experience. Now I invite Dr. Sapna Yadav for sharing her experiences with all of us.
respected dignitaries present here and in online form, faculty and students, a very good afternoon to all of you. I hope good afternoon. Yes, actually when I take classes, तो सबसे पहले मुझे वही करना होता है, जगे हुए हैं सब या नहीं है? Yes or no? Done. Okay. So, thanks for inviting me here as a speaker or panelist or as a participant to discuss about my journey, because I said my journey because I am living in it, about entrepreneurship in education. So, but entrepreneurship in education, before going to there, entrepreneurship, we have to understand what do you mean by entrepreneurship in education? Okay. Why? When? When means when we have to inculcate or when we have to introduce entrepreneurship in education. The other thing is how we are going to do this. How we can do. We as a teacher, can we do in this question? Then the most of cultivation of all these things impact. So I'm going to talk about majorly on two things. The thing is impact. I will start from the end, impact, and then how we are doing this. Okay. So what means there is very big confusion if we say entrepreneurship in education. That what we want from our students. That we want our students start doing businesses. Yes or no? यही चाहते हैं हमारे बच्चे बिजनेस शुरू कर दें, और we want that our students should be equipped with those skills which are required in unpredictable future. You know that after COVID we all learn that future is not predictable. It is unforeseen. We are living in unforeseen future or unforeseen future. Am I right? Yes. हमें नहीं पता था कि जिस ऑनलाइन क्लास के लिए सालों से हम मेहनत कर रहे हैं, it will start in 2 months only. Is it? I am from technology background, so I know that we were struggling hard for this. But 2 महीने में शुरू हो गई. We all are on online classes, Zoom, Google Meet, so many platforms. पर मतलब suddenly 2 महीने में आ गए. So एक उस फ्यूचर के लिए बच्चे को तैयार करना, वो स्किल्स डेवलप करना, एंड वी हैव टू लर्न our students that you should start business. So I'm not going to in detail about this. Let's be in confusion for this. Why? As said by Sarin sir, why he explained very well. Unemployability is the main reason to introduce entrepreneurship in education. The second reason I'm going to tell you about economic growth, which also sir mentioned about the economic growth. And the third reason that, you know, that we all want to go US, Europe, we all want to work in Apple, Yahoo, Microsoft. चाहते हैं कौन नहीं चाहता है? We want or not? Yes. So due to entrepreneurship, we want that there must be some companies like there and international students wants to work in that company. So it should be in India. That means should be an India as nation pride for ourselves. Okay. Let me start with this video. Is working? पर आप देखना okay, leave it. So let's forget it about video. We can start with other case studies. So as I earlier told you that I'm going to talk about the impact of entrepreneurship in education. So I'm Dr. Sapna Yadav, as ma'am said, I'm project director of entrepreneurship mindset curriculum, which is started in 2019-20 academic session for all the students of class 9 to 12. Okay, just intro like this. So he is Sufi. He is an owner of a business called, his company name is Mystic Dates. It's a private limited company and he is a student of first year, currently studying in NSUT course Entrepreneurship and Ventures. Okay, so when he was in class 9, this curriculum was started and he participated in this curriculum, go through all these curriculum parts, and right now he is an owner of a private limited company. His revenue is very small, 1 lakh only. Okay, and he sold only 500 pieces of his product. What is his product? He makes coffee, and coffee from ground dates seed. Okay, and rather than coffee, it is a very healthy drink with some health benefits. So I'm sharing his photo here because in upcoming time, I'm sure that he would be in the top 100 entrepreneurs. Why I'm saying this? His revenue is very small, but he is actually working in improving his product quality. He is making right now version 4.0 and he is on first year only. He collaborated with ITC Bangalore to improve the quality of his product. And he is the only one in all the students to whom Thapar Academy offer free of cost entrepreneurship, their entrepreneurship course. He is a child like with zeal of entrepreneurship, with entrepreneurial mindset. So he is Sufi. So I am talking about that his revenue, his company's revenue is not very high, but the way he is working in the improvement of his product is amazing, and he is working basically on the long-term goals. The next, Ashish, he is the owner of a company, Dark Chocobits. There is no innovation in this. You know, chocolate बनाना कोई innovation है? हाँ, हमारी मम्मी भी कभी किसी की मम्मी बनाती है? किस किस की मम्मी चॉकलेट बनाती है? किसी की मम्मी नहीं बनाती? Oh, there. मैं भी नहीं बनाती मेरे बच्चों के लिए, ना मेरी मम्मी ने बनाया था. So there is nothing new about the making chocolates. But what innovation he is doing? He is making customized chocolates. He is making monuments with the chocolates, and currently his revenue is 12 lakh plus, and he sold more than 3,000 products of his company. And the most important thing about his that social entrepreneurship. He is providing more than 30 women who were unemployed at that time employment. So he is the real example of giving jobs or improving the employability in our country. And he is also a student of right now in second year. Second year students है NSUT का. Tranquil. So we heard chocolate, we heard date, coffee, यानी कि खाने की बहुत सारी बातें हो रही हैं, भूख भी लग जाएगी. So this company Tranquil developed by 5 students who are currently in class 12. They started their business last year only 2022, and what they made, आप सबके स्कूलों में आप सबने शर्ट्स पहनी हैं, कुर्ते पहने हैं, तो they make QR based, एक यहाँ पे उन्होंने लगाया QR based एक पॉकेट के ऊपर एक कपड़ा चिप लगाया है, and वो जो QR है उसमें हर बच्चे की डिटेल्स है. Like I am entering in this room, so there is scanner who record my attendance, like absent, present, everything. My all data will be there. And other than this, lost and found, they are also enabling towards the cyber security and lost and found. एक्टिविटीज, बिकॉज जो तुषार है इसकी दादी खो गई थी, तो उसने उनसे आइडिया लेके कि अगर उनके पास इस तरीके का कुछ होता तो वो शायद खोती नहीं, मिल जाती। तो लाइक एक कनेक्ट था उसका, दैट्स व्हाई लॉस्ट एंड फाउंड उसकी बहुत बड़ी वो है। एंड करंटली दिल्ली के 5 स्कूल्स में इसके प्रोडक्ट जा रहा है। ही इज मेकिंग दैट टाइप ऑफ प्रोडक्ट फॉर 5 schools, and he is now in discussion with Director Education Himanshu Gupta ji to launch this in all schools of Delhi. And he has a very high vision. So if I ask him that what is the target group of your customers, all students of Delhi, private, government, all. So this is the real case of entrepreneurship. So ऐसे मेरे पास बहुत सारे केसेस हैं आप सबको बताने के लिए। Indian Madhubani Art run by Saurabh. He's a national award winner, and you can see he's won so many awards. Currently, he's also a student. He is also giving employment to 35 plus artists right now. So that means if he is giving employment to 35, that you can understand his revenue. Routex, you can see me here. ये सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम बनाते हैं, मैंने अपने घर में इन्हीं का सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम लगाया हुआ है। So I have so many stories like this. G7, they are making sensor-based sticks for the blind students or blind persons, and now they are upgrading their product. AK Logistics, he is in class 12 now, and his revenue, I met last 2 months ago, and his revenue was 7 lakh plus. What he is doing? He is just coordinating between the आपने हम जैसे सामान मूव करते हैं एक कंट्री से दूसरी स्टेट, और एक स्टेट से दूसरी स्टेट में या एक जगह से, तो समटाइम्स वी लॉस्ट अवर प्रोडक्ट्स, सॉरी अवर गुड्स, तो उसमें लाइजनिंग का ये करते हैं व्हिच इज मोबाइल बेस्ड। So that is only he is doing, but it is his mind that he is earning so much. So Vaishnavi, she is simply making wooden lamps, but you know the best part with the Vaishnavi is that when she was sharing her experiences with us, so she told us that, ma'am, due to this I got freedom. My parents allowed me to go outside and work with different people. So that is her achievement. Why I am sharing with you all this thing? Because entrepreneurship, it just not only meaning to earn profit or social impact. It can be profit, it can be due to social impact, it can be to enhance myself, to enhance my skills, my confidence, my creativity, right? So entrepreneurship means to improve entrepreneurial or to inculcate entrepreneurial mindset, so that at the right time, at the right age, we can identify our strength, our qualities and abilities. Whether we want to go in a job, in business, it doesn't matter. But whatever we have to do with entrepreneurial mindset, because in the upcoming future, I'm again saying that future is not predictable. The businesses exist today, maybe not exist tomorrow, or maybe the businesses does not exist tomorrow. They are today. So entrepreneurship in education is what I said: profit, social impact, improvement in myself. But how it is happening? So as I told you about the entrepreneurship mindset curriculum, it is for the class 9 to 12 students. So there is a regular period in our schools. There are 4 components through which we are inculcating entrepreneurial mindset in our students. So like some happens inside the classroom, some happens outside the classroom, because we believe in 3 types of pedagogy. That is the inspirational, reflection, and experiential learning. You know, entrepreneurship means learning by doing. So reflection, why reflection? Because self-reflection is the most important path to success. So I'm not going in detail about this. I'm just talking about the outside the classroom. So there are 2 main components. One is career exploration. So in career exploration, our students take 10 interviews, 5 from job people and 5 from business people. So over the period of 4 years, they take 40 interviews, 20 from job, 20 from business people. And at that time, they are able to take decisions about their own career because of pros and cons, both. They know pros and cons of job and businesses. Business blaster. So जो मैंने अभी तक आपको बच्चे दिखाए हैं, they are product of entrepreneurship mindset curriculum, and business blaster is a practical component of entrepreneurship mindset curriculum, in which class 11th and 12th students participate, and to motivate and to convert their ideas into businesses, we provide as a government rupees 2,000 seed money to all the students, so they can work in individual way, and they can make small team up to 8 members. They can form their teams. So this is business blasters. So business blaster is basically, if I say that whatever they learn in class 9th and 10th, it is they are done theoretically because activities are there, but to show their strength, they have to do some practical. So that's why business blaster is there. When they work in a team, they learn collaboration. When I know that I am a leader, then I identify myself that I have strength of leadership. If I am good in accounts, then I know that my account is good, then I should be. And I can be an accountant, or I can go in a C or something like that. When I convert my idea into business, then I plan and execute. If I fail again, then what I learned, which is the most important thing we should learn all, cope up with the failure. Take failure as a stepping stone and move ahead. Because failure, जब failure हमें मिलेगा तभी हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. अगर यहीं हमें success मिल गई तो हम यहीं stagnant हो जाएंगे. So failure, you should take failure as a stepping stone. So I am proudly saying here that Business Blaster is the world's largest ever student startup mission. Why I am saying that? Because this is the data of 2022 only, 23. 2.5 lakh students of class 11 and 12 participated in this. We got 41,000 teams and more than 50 CR seed capital were given to those students. So 2-3 selection rounds, we got 106 teams who are the winner of this, and these 106 teams are getting admission in Delhi's top state universities like NSUT, IITD, DSEU, and IP. So 106 team, and we also organize expo for all these students. And बट जो मैं आपके साथ एक बच्चे की शेयर कर रही थी, इसके बाद हम इन बच्चों को इंक्यूबेशन सेल में भी भेजते हैं, एनरोल कराते हैं, जो दिल्ली स्किल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप यूनिवर्सिटी में है. एंड करंटली जो अगर मैं लास्ट ईयर का बैच अगर देखूंगी तो 27 टीम्स आर इंक्यूबेटिंग देयर ओनली. So I'm not talking about in theoretical only. There is impact measurement of this too. There are third-party researches were done on the business blasters, and one is by Plum and the other one is by Sambodhi. Plum has done qualitative analysis and Sambodhi has done quantitative analysis. And both the most important thing we are getting positive outcome due to the business blasters. And the most important thing is that जो मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है सोच के भी कि due to this हमारे यहाँ की जो लड़कियां हैं, गर्ल्स हैं, they are getting confident, their communication skills are becoming or improving a lot. हमारे बच्चों में ना स्टेज फियर खत्म हो गया, अब मैं उन्हें कहीं भी किसी के सामने भी ले जा सकती हूँ. And this is the sharing not by me, by the teacher, because मैं ग्राउंड पे नहीं रहती हूँ, लेकिन हमारे टीचर्स के साथ जब हमारा कम्युनिकेशन होता है, they share this with me. So I am proudly saying that we are getting impact by this. So these are some testimonials which is said by the students only, and I'm not going to read all these things over here. And this is my last slide. Thank you very much for patience with me.
Thank you, Dr. Satnam, for sharing your experiences and what you have done for the students and what the students have done. That's very, very wonderful. And I think, it gives us the idea, how we, the teachers, are working on transforming the students and the society and the nation. So we need to be very, very acquainted with all these things because we are the teachers. Yes, we are the teachers. So we need to know about all these things.
मैम एक सेकंड, ये जो मैं आपको बता रही हूँ ये मैं नहीं कर रही हूँ, हमारे यहाँ की 19,000 टीचर्स हैं जो ये ग्राउंड पे इम्पैक्ट लेकर आ रहे हैं। हम हर साल 19,000 टीचर्स के साथ काम करते हैं और ये इम्पैक्ट उन्हीं की वजह से है।
Yes, so when you pick up this change, ठीक है? तो आपको ये काम करना है ग्राउंड लेवल पर। गवर्नमेंट कैन गिव यू schemes, government can give you a little care, but actually the teachers have to implement it. तो आप लोगों के ऊपर responsibility बहुत ज़्यादा है, and I think, and I promise from your side that definitely we are going to carry out that responsibility. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Satna, for your presentation. Now I will request Mr. Rohit Karnataka. He is present online. Sir, could you please, give your presentation, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I believe I am audible to everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, good evening, everyone. I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank the MIT University management for bringing me once again to this forum. And this has been an excellent forum. I've been participating and contributing in this forum in the previous years as well. So I think this time, to talk about the entrepreneurship, I think that's a very valid and a relevant topic. And I think as Mr. Sareen initially put it up right at the beginning, at the onset of this discussion itself, and followed by my co-panel speakers, whether it was Dr. Ashish or Sapna, who just spoke. I think a lot of the perspective of what is currently happening from a government perspective, from a perspective of what most colleges, universities are doing, the demographic dividend that we have of a young population, the young population that will continue to be like 65% of population being in the under 50 age group for good next 20-30 years is a huge demographic dividend. And someone as experienced as Mr. Sareen can very well correlate to it, that if this demographic positive is not really converted into positive, how soon it can convert into a negative is a big. So it's like an open weapon right now, and we need to ensure that we are channelizing it to the best of the ability, right? And I think from that perspective, one of the good things of all of these things that has been happening with institutes like MIT putting their brain behind it, having incubation cells, getting to do more about entrepreneurship. We have an environment, the government helping out, the banking system coming out and supporting. We now have almost 100,000 plus startups across, and we did talk about the numbers that have currently grown, how many have now become unicorns. It's all doing good. I think I come from a corporate sector, so I would put things in a different perspective over here, and I would not repeat what the others have already spoken about. So one of the things is that what I feel is that we need to change the parent ecosystem. I think that is one of the more vital things that we need to do. There is one element of the dimension that we are now taking very well care of. We are teaching our students who are sitting across right now are being taught by MIT how to become good entrepreneurs, right? There are opportunities that are coming and telling them how they can get funding, how they can get other benefits, how they can get a mentorship program, how they can get seed capital. But there has to be something that needs to be done to change the other side of the ecosystem, because the moment they go back home, if the constant fear is always going to be that, when are you going to be back in job? When are you going to get a job, right? What is going to be your first paycheck looking like, right? Uh, if the parents are going to judge universities with the last campus placement offer, the universities will also be forced to first find more job interviews than to find more entrepreneurs. But the moment the parents will start judging universities by saying, okay, last year this university churned out 100 incubating cells, which generated 1,000 entrepreneurs, right? And 10 of the people we know have now become entrepreneurs, and they are successful entrepreneurs. I think that mindset needs to change. And that mindset would only change when we also start telling the parent side of it. We need to really give them that psychological, constant feeding, and gradually move them away so that they don't ask their daughter or their son, what is going to be your first paycheck like? Right. I think that's one important part of the ecosystem, which I feel we should all touch base upon. I think the other side of it is that I think when I speak to a lot of people who have just completed their MBA and they are applying to our organization for a job, uh, I do sometimes when I get to interview them, I do ask them this question, that why don't you try something out of your own? Why do you want to become a job seeker? You can become a job provider. Why don't you join? I give you an opportunity. Why don't you join my supply chain? You become my vendor, right? And you start working out and I'll help you out. So the most of the time, the fear of failure is too big, right? I think we are telling them all the ground rules, how to become an entrepreneur, but we are not able to give them that confidence to say, hey, it's okay to fail, right? It's fine. You may not get the first success in your first venture. That does not mean that you are a complete failure. That does not mean someone who found that job at a Google or an Infosys was much better than you. No. Maybe your next idea is going to get clicked, right? You are doing the right thing at this point of time. We've gone through a lot of changes in last 75 years of history, right? We had a white revolution, we had a green revolution. And Sarin sir would know a lot of those things that have happened, that have transpired us, right? What we need right now is something where we need a same revolution kind of a thing to be able to consume the population and the demographic dividend that we have. We need thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs to come up, people becoming more job givers than job seekers. That is the aim for the next 20 years. If we are able to do that, then no one can stop us from becoming that superpower that we are all aiming to be one. So I think there we need to also teach our students that it is okay to fail, but we are there with you. Third, I feel universities are able to arrange seed capital sometimes. A lot of those things, activities are definitely happening. But I think universities should tie up more with banks as well, bring them all to the doorstep of the university. Today, it is very easy for anyone to say, I've got an admission at MIT and I need an education loan. Most of the banks are more than happy and willingly to provide one. Why can't we have a system where when we do same activity like a job fair, or when we say campus recruitment, why can we also not do something which is referred to as, we are getting your banks to the doorstep. Those banks are going to help you to set up the new business, and you are able to get that loan at much lower rates. There are a lot of government schemes that are available, that are already launched, which are available, which can allow you to have loans at much more lesser and competitive rate. So I think those are some of the areas where we should all look at, and where we should all work at as well. We can't just leave everything to the government. And you lot of young people that I see across the hall. I would request all of you to go back and think, you need to be changing your mindset. If you really want to contribute to nation building, you need to move away from being job seekers and become job providers. Someone somewhere has to start, and you guys should take that initiative and do that start. It has to have from within. It is not always nationalistic to be there only if I am a soldier at the border. There are a lot of things that you can do by doing some of these things, which is part of the nation building exercise. So if today, if this hall has a batch of 100 people or 200 people over here, if 25 of them also decide to become job providers, right, you've done some contribution towards nation building. And trust me, 25, 30 years down the line, a lot of people would remember you, that you were part of that revolution that started this entire process of job seekers becoming job providers. And I think that's the big change that we should bring in. And I think lastly, I would want to give you a real time live story for last 2 minutes, and then I'll let hand over the baton back to the coordination team. This is about an individual, a human being. We are talking about entrepreneurship today, Sareen Saab, and all of this conversation in India is happening for the last 8-10 years. I am talking about a story which started about 175 years ago. An individual from Scotland went to US. He went to US, he realized that there is a lot of crime. It is not easy for government alone to bring down the crime. There should be some private interactions, and some private people should also take innovative steps. And there he started with a noble profession, which we call the detective profession, right? And that's how our company was built 175 years ago by a migrant in the US, right? Which went on to be one of the most noble professions. 175 years of history, got listed in the New York Stock Exchange, got delisted for $1.5 billion 20 years ago, now being operated in about 65 different countries. In India, we came about 16 years back, sir. We started with one individual. Today, we have 700 people employed with offices in all the metro locations, right? We cater and we provide services not just to multinationals, which definitely know us, but also to us. We were also where the Federal Bureau of Investigation has outcome from. The United States Secret Service, all of them were Pinkerton only. It's when the government decided that they used to be government organization, that's when it was carved out and a separate government department was created as FBI. So what I'm trying to say is that someone 175 years ago thought of a noble profession, right? Which did not require any technical know-how, which only required an inquisitive mind. And they became detectives. They started doing supply chain security. And I think that changed. And now we have multiple competitors. Most of the people that have worked at Pinkerton have then went out and started their own venture on the same lines. They have started their own consulting companies, and they have then further provided jobs to multiple people. So if we start doing the same thing in India, I am 100% sure it will be a different game plan in the next couple of years itself. I think the one last thing, Sareen sir, but I want to take it on corporate as well, is the fact that we will also have to make sure that we have a policy internally, just like we have corporate social responsibility these days. We are talking about carbon emissions. We should also say that in our supply chain, we will at least give 20% participation to new upcoming suppliers, right? Otherwise, the probability of people failing and trying new ideas and failing will be always much, much higher. So the corporate will also have to take some ownership and responsibility and say, I will give a chance to 5 people in my supply chain, new people, right? And it will not harm them, no one is asking them to put 100% of their supply chain to a new guy, but definitely if they give some percentage of the work to a new person, that will help us to build that chain. We will also help them come up and help them out with. So I think that would be from my side. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity I've been given. I'm more than happy for any questions that may come my way at the end of the session. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rohit, and it was wonderful, and definitely each one of us should contribute towards the nation development. And your thought process, of inviting, the French entrepreneurs to the by the corporates, that is a wonderful idea, and definitely what you're doing is also wonderful. So now I would request, Dr. Surabhi Gupta to come up and share her thoughts.
Firstly, I would like to start by thanking the Amity organizers for one, inviting me, and secondly, for organizing this event and this panel in specific, which is very relevant and timely. What happens with going last or second last is two things. One, the audience loses their patience, and secondly, most of the points that I actually had thought for the panel are already used by the esteemed panelists. I am very happy to be a part of this panel amongst this esteemed line of members. Without further ado, I would like to mention quick three parts of my talk. One is about entrepreneurship as way of life. Now, what usually happens is that while I'm writing or thinking about any of the fireside chat or panel that I'm taking up, I usually draft it thinking in mind what my audience is. I'll just take 2 minutes. I'll give 2 minutes for the audience to settle down. Thank you so much. So I was saying I usually draft my talks thinking about who my audience is. And when I thought about this panel, I divided my audience into two major cohorts. One are the ones who are interested into entrepreneurship and are planning to take it up going forward or are already working towards it. And the second cohort is the ones that are there for attendance. And I do understand that I was also there in the second cohort once in my life. But what I did not do, I would urge all of you to do, is to, while attending such sessions, just be cognitive, aware, and keep your ears open as to what is happening, because you never know what might strike to you. So a small example of it, you might not be interested in entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship education today. But if you start thinking of it as a way of life, it might be important for you. Like I said, a small case study on it will be an example of a young 23-year-old girl, Seher Taneja. Now, like you and me, she was not interested in entrepreneurship at all. However, in her family, she started observing that her grandfather was isolating himself due to speech losses. Now, and she was very close to her grandfather. So she thought that maybe she'll do a DIY, do it yourself, hand glove for him, wherein the actions could be converted into speech for her grandfather. I totally agree and resonate with the thought you are having right now that this is no novel innovation. This has been done before. Yes, this has been done before. But what helped Seher was that, one, she made something for her grandfather which he was not able to use or not ready to use when it came from doctors. However, being gifted from her granddaughter, he was more than happy and willing to use it. Secondly, what came in store for Seher unknowingly was an admission to an Ivy League college, which was her dream. So she did not choose entrepreneurship as a career path. but she innovated, she thought with design thinking, and she got into one of the Ivy Leagues and also bagged a great scholarship. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that don't think entrepreneurship as only one career path, that if I'm not interested in starting a business solution, so this might not be relevant to me. Think of it as how you can enable and use it to improve your current life. That is my point one. Point two is for the ones who are here with an interest in entrepreneurship. For quick introductions, I am Dr. Survi Gupta. I am part of Startup India under Ministry of Commerce and Industries. For the ones who are not aware what Startup India does, Startup India was started in 2016, and we support startups, budding entrepreneurs, and well-developed startups in whichever way possible. Now, whichever way possible could be a huge gambit. So, set it up in three ways. One is hand-holding support, whether be it with networking, business connections, mentorship, stakeholders, international and national both, government and corporates both. Secondly, seed fund support specifically. We have other funding schemes also, and I'm available to speak with you offline or online. If it interests to you, or if you want to know about these schemes in specific. Thirdly is the incubation and academia support. I lead the academia vertical at Startup India, and we have been working to draft various policies as well as conduct various programs to support student entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. So this is about what we do and how we can support. One major and important point I would like to highlight here is the role of mentors. Irrespective of what stage in life you are at, all of us need one guru, one mentor to give us that direction and give us that path. So you are very fortunate to be studying in such a prestigious university. You are very fortunate that there is a focus on such extracurricular and experiential learning amongst the university and the organization. So make the most out of it. In case you feel you still need any further hand-holding support, be rest assured, government and Startup India in specific is there to support you with mapping you to sector-specific mentors or any state-specific mentors you want. We are there, and I'll be more than happy to personally support you there. My third and last important point I want to touch upon is that you are at a stage wherein there's a paradigm shift. When I say paradigm shift, please acknowledge the fact that just a decade earlier, we did not have this sensitivity towards entrepreneurship and innovation. Parents would not encourage their children to take up entrepreneurship in life in whichever way possible. Colleges were not as supportive to conduct such events for entrepreneurship in specific. There was one, parents would not marry their daughters to a son-in-law or would-be son-in-law who's starting up a business. However, cut to now, when we have 1 lakh startups touching 1 lakh DPIT recognized startups, when we have 110 unicorns, and each startup is almost creating 11 jobs, parents are more than happy for their children to take it as the first career option. Parents are more than happy for their daughters to get married to their son-in-law who's setting up a business, even if it's not well established. Universities, organizations are more than happy to support you with various schemes and policies in entrepreneurship. And needless to say, government is also coming up, is also working towards bridging that gap and providing entrepreneurship support in whichever way possible. I've mentioned some schemes that Ministry of Commerce has been working with respect to entrepreneurship. There are other ministries. There's a Ministry of Women and Child Development that is specifically working on such entrepreneurship programs. There's Niti Aayog, there's DSP. So just Google what is there for you, read about it, know more about it, and how you can leverage it is my last word of now. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Subi. It was wonderful extending your hand for learning help the students. So now I have a question for Mr. Rohit. Sir, are you able to hear me? Hello? Hello, Mr. Rohit, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Sir, there's a question, for you.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of risk is involved, when we talk about entrepreneurship and starting and, becoming an entrepreneur. So lots and lots of, risk is there. So how do we prepare our students for it? Because we are talking about having a course in the syllabus, the curriculum. So how do we prepare our students for such a risk?
See, I hope I'm audible. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I think, yes, when you venture into the entrepreneurial life, there is definitely going to be a risk. I think how we can prepare people is that it is always good to be an entrepreneur. It is always good to innovate new things, but you have to also look at it, how the business and the market is going to multiply, how the market of the product or the service you are going to bring in is going to scale up over a period of time. Would you be able to scale up the production over a period of time? Would you be able to scale up the services over a period of time? Will it live the time from that perspective? Or is it a time bound? It is a seasonal requirement. So let's say, for example, COVID was a situation. For some, it was trouble. For some, it was an opportunity, right? Now, if someone went into making masks, right, it could be a huge advantage at that point of time. And for those 2 years, 3 years, it went very well. Now, I know people from our own experience, because we work in corporate and we give consulting to a lot of companies who just focused on making masks, and they started exporting to Africa and some of those countries, right? And then gradually it all came down, and then it came crashing down. But there were some who started diversifying 6 months down the line, where they started to build up within the hospital supply chains to make sure that their supply continued even after COVID, because hospitals still required masks in their operation theaters to everywhere. And even still, even in ICUs now, doctors and everyone have started to wear masks, and they are even asking attendants of patients visiting wearing masks, right? So the demand automatically increased. They looked at those additional things. So when the supply and the demand came down drastically and COVID came over, they never became completely out of business. And they also very smartly gradually scaled down and moved and diversified into different lines and different products. So this awareness of keeping in mind the risk-taking ability, how much can I digest, where am I taking the funds from? And one thing that is very, very important, which I can say over here, is that most of the young entrepreneurs that are taking money these days, they feel कि whoever, जिसने भी सीड कैपिटल डाल दिया वो तो अपना पैसा भूल गया है, अभी उसको जैसे मर्जी खाओ पियो जो मर्जी करो, राइट? ऐसा नहीं होता है. If someone has given you the money, you have to consider that money to be your own. The first thing should always be on your mind that you have to return this money. The earlier you return that money, the quicker you will reduce your risk. That is the first thing. Lot of time, because the availability of funds was so easy at one point of time, everyone thought that funds will keep coming and this entire cycle will continue. One of the big things that has happened is that a lot of people didn't realize that interest rates are gradually going to go up. When the interest rates in the US were zero or negative, they had nothing else but to deploy money in upcoming markets like India. So anyone was raising a hand in India and saying that I am starting with this startup, someone in the US would say, I will invest. Because keeping money in the US bank was asking them, giving them 0% return. And they thought that if this person could even give them 7%, 8%, it will be better. So I think risk, they have to do the analysis, understand what is the quadrant of risk they have. What is their risk appetite? How will they diversify? What will be their 5-year plan? What will be their 10-year plan? And then gradually work on that, and always go to a mentor and run their plan across and say, do you think, am I missing an area of risk? Right? You have to look at risk from all 360-degree angles. That is the most important thing. When before pandemic, when we used to go to businesses and say, have you decided how your supply chain can be disrupted? Because we thought pandemic is coming. And this I'm saying 5 years ago. So corporates used to laugh at us. They used to say, yaar, abhi tum kya baat karte ho? Right? And the moment it was announced, I still remember the first 2 weeks, apart from my clients giving me a call to say, are you okay? They were also telling me, you used to tell us that, you know, our supply chain is going to disrupt. Now we don't know how to manage our supply chain because everything from China has stopped. Or even locally, my vendor is not able to go to his factory to give me the work. So I am stuck because I don't have the raw material, or I don't have the packaging material. Right? And there they understood that why it is important to understand risk from a total perspective.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you so much. It was very well explained by you, and I think it's very clear to the students here. The last question to Dr. Sapna Yadav, because I was talking to her, before we started the session. The traditional teaching, and then when you are talking about entrepreneurship out of nowhere. So, what are the challenges which you face? बहुत सारे challenges face किए होंगे क्योंकि हम लोग का generally है कि traditional teaching चल रही है. So everything is fine with it. But suddenly, the idea of entrepreneurship. So what are the challenges which you faced when you started the program?
Hello, question आपके लिए भी है. So when we started this curriculum, so there is no one challenge, there are many, many challenges. And except me, my team, and one of who are our team, everyone is against it. Everyone is against it, including my immediate boss. He was also not agreed for this curriculum. But again, order I am order I am. So challenges are to start start with within the office. Brand of the So first challenge authorities. उन्हीं को ये digest कराना कि ये नया curriculum है. And you have to do this in your schools, like from HOS. where हमने क्या किया था कि आपको daily time table में एक period देना है 35 minutes. And पहला challenge ये देगा. अब हम time table में एक नया period कहाँ से निकालेंगे? Solutions भी बता सकते हैं time permit करें तो. अपने challenges की बात करें. Definitely, we have to follow up for another session later, or all the description of manage. I know because बोली इधर में घर जाना है मुझे भी जाना है. So first challenge academic हमारा जो time table होता है सब आप DED करें आपको पता है उसमें हम 35 मिनट कहाँ से निकालें. First thing is that. Second is that these teachers जो थे हमारे हमने तो entrepreneurship के टीचर नहीं किया. That's why ये session आप लोगों के लिए important था. हमारे जो regular teachers हैं वही entrepreneurship पढ़ा रहे हैं. तो अगर फिजिक्स पढ़ाने वाले को अगर हम कह रहे हैं कि आपको entrepreneurship और पढ़ाना है तो क्या होगा? अबे कहाँ से फिजिक्स? मैं तो कॉमर्स का हूँ ही नहीं. मैं तो इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ाता ही नहीं हूँ. मुझे बिजनेस स्टडीज का कोई नॉलेज नहीं है. मैं कैसे पढ़ा दूँगा? Second challenge is that. And third challenge जो था वो था हमारी अथॉरिटीज की तरफ से कि रोज नई नई चीजें ले आते हैं. कैसे होगा? क्या होगा? है ना? इतने एसी को लेके बैठ जाते हैं. इस राउंड में क्या हो रहा है? हमें क्या पता? ये क्या पता है? चैलेंज देखते हैं तो बहुत आया, टाइम गया, somehow हमने वो challenges को solutions अच्छे देकर कुछ परसेंटेज तो होगी, मैं अभी भी नहीं कहूँगी 100%, लेकिन हाँ 70-80% हम 4 साल बाद कह सकते हैं कि हो चुके हैं ये सब। Now they have acceptability कि we should run this curriculum and this is an important curriculum for our students. This is for their future. They secure their future. Next challenge जो था वो था parents. आप समझ सकते हैं आपके parents भी हैं, मेरे बच्चे जाते हैं तो जाके भाई वो बोले कि आपको नया curriculum पढ़ना है, तो उस केस में क्या होगा, पेरेंट्स बोलेंगे हम पढ़ाने भेजते हैं या नए नए तरीके की एक्टिविटीज कराने के लिए भेजते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा पूरा करिकुलम एक्टिविटी बेस्ड, हम नई नई एक्टिविटीज के लिए थोड़ी भेजते हैं। फिर हम उनसे कहते हैं कि आप हमें एनओसी को हम आपको 2000 रुपये दे रहे हैं, तो वो अलग चैलेंज। तो चैलेंजेस हर स्टेज पे है, बट एक्चुअली मैं यहाँ पे सिर्फ एक बात बोलूंगी, हम लोगों ने जब से 2019 से करिकुलम शुरू किया था, हमारा मेरे अंदर खुद में किसी और नहीं होती, मेरे अंदर खुद एक एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट डेवलप होना शुरू हो गया, और वो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आज 4 साल बाद मैं देख सकती हूँ, और वो पॉजिटिव ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन मैं अपने अंदर पाती हूँ। तो हर फेज पे चैलेंजेस आएंगे और आपको भी आएंगे, बट उनका सॉल्यूशन फाइंड आउट करना ही आपका एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट है। दैट्स व्हाई हमें एंटरप्रेन्योर माइंडसेट ही चाहिए, रीजन भी वही फ्यूचर इज अनप्रेडिक्टेबल। सो चैलेंजेस भी आएंगे, सॉल्यूशंस भी निकालेंगे, इन सबके सॉल्यूशंस में अभी टाइम परमिट की तरह बताऊंगी बात।
With this, we come to an end of the enriching panel discussion. As a token of gratitude, I request the session in charge to felicitate the guests with a memento. The power of technology has allowed us to connect across distances and share our ideas and thoughts. We appreciate our panelists who have joined us on the virtual platform for their time and active participation in today's panel discussion. Now I request our session coordinator, Dr. Rasna Rawat, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mahima. So for many, Industry 4.0 is still the next thing they should actually focus upon. But for Amity University, as always, step ahead. We are looking forward for Industry 5.0. And a country's social and economic progress hinges largely on its people having access to the vast area of the knowledge gained through modern challenge of learning, as ma'am has also discussed, Sapna ma'am. And it is very important to ensure that education sector also keeps up with the times, in other words, which is evolving in nature, and every day it is changing, and so is your need as well. So first and foremost, I take an honor to thank our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Sir, whose vision has given us the drive to contribute in the human service. I also grateful to respectful Chancellor Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, who is the guiding light for every action we make, and the strength of our university, our respected Vice Chancellor Madam, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for her guidance, for her support that we always cherish. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose vote of thanks. On behalf of Amity Institute of Education and entire fraternity of management here together, I extend a very heartfelt gratitude to our guests who joined us in a virtual mode and in the physical mode for accepting our invite and gracing the occasion with their presence. I wish to express my profuse thanks to Mr. S.B. Sareen sir for delivering a thought-provoking address on the session theme.
I would also like to thank our distinguished panelists of the day for making excellent presentations, sharing with us their insightful findings, opinions, and making this platform so intensive and so inclusive. The passion for evolving education and commitment to sharing the expertise by our resource people of the session, they have truly inspired us all. And what is discussed here, I must say, would surely have some direct implications and implementations in the future endeavors for sure. I also take this opportunity to thank all my audience for their enthusiastic participation and patience as well. I am sure that participants must have benefited by attending this discussion. I acknowledge the unwavering support and minute-to-minute guidance of our session in charge, Professor Dr. Alka Mudgal ma'am, whose untiring efforts have led no stone turned upside down for the success of this session. And not to forget the IT team for the session, Mobin sir, our team of student volunteers, our team of student anchors, and the repetitors for sure. I share my heartfelt thanks and gratitude for their unstinted support and dedication for smooth execution of the day. Thank you all once again, and we look forward for future collaboration and continued growth together. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you so much. I request the audience to please maintain the decorum of the room and be seated.